ke gore tsatsi eno re na le di ministry di le tharo tse re tabo re bua le tsone kore ha o araba potso kgotsa o botsa potso try to be brief o ska wa ithalosa mo go heteretseng ha background ha mo simola ka 1910 hela jalo just be brief to the point gore tere kgone go manager le yone nako tsa tsia ka ma go ka lo mma ke go kope county officer of finance or nele a presentation of the executive summary.
Thank you, Chair, and once again, good morning.
Good morning.
Let me thank you for giving us an opportunity to present to you the executive summary of the Memorandum of Progress report for our ministry. However, before I do that, Chair, please allow me to make a few corrections to the ministry's responses to the Auditor General's report. These have been presented to yourselves in the form of an addendum, but I just wish to highlight those as follows. Page 55 on the progress report, that relates to the table on the government Pula card. We had not responded to the findings that each of those two offices operated two accounts. But we have since made an update to say that the accounts have been closed, therefore each center operates with only one account. The next is on page 69, Chair. This page 69, I think again we are going to request that we resubmit, because after making what we thought were corrections in terms of capturing the last row that provides the total for the ministry, we realized that we omitted another section on the losses due to vehicles damages that we need to update. Therefore, the total figure there will increase. Allow us, Chair, to resubmit this table later on. On page 70, the response at the top on the construction of Shakawe Treasury Kesha Office and Staff Houses project, the response was not complete, at least in the report that I had. The last part of the sentence there under response was cut off. Now we have since corrected that. And then the response at the bottom there has also since been updated. And then the last but one on page 72, again at the bottom there, the response was missing. We have since included our responses to the findings of the Auditor General. Actually, that was the last, Chair. With those corrections, I wish to proceed with the presentation of the executive summary.
Let me understand. The other corrections over and above this one? On
that one only relates to page 69. That will be the only further correction to make.
Yes. Can we have it now?
Thank you. Let me explain or add to the PSS. He was asking us to resubmit page 69. Yes, statement. No, we didn't bring it along. Yes, thank you. That's why we are saying for resubmission.
To resubmit.
Resubmission.
Yes.
Thank you.
So please resubmit.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The progress report, Chair, presents, among others, the core mandate of the Minister of Finance. It also outlines the Ministry's response to issues raised during the 60th meeting of the PAC, as well as the findings of the Auditor General's report on the accounts from the financial year ended 31st of March 2022. It also presents the level of revenue collection and expenditure under both the development and recurrent budgets compared to the projected revenue and approved budget allocations for 2021-2022. On the ministry's core mandate, Chair, the ministry is responsible for the formulation of economic and financial policies for sustainable economic development. Some of the major responsibilities forming part of this mandate include resource mobilization for economic development, improve accountability for use of resources, ensure strict adherence to budgetary processes, and facilitate involvement of Botswana in regional and global economic issues. As a ministry, we are committed to promoting transparency, maintaining fiscal discipline, and ensuring prudent management of public resources in accordance with legislation and international best practice. The ministry fulfills its mandate through several departments, divisions, and parastatals. And these state-owned enterprises or parastatals I'm referring to here include Bank of Botswana, NBFIRA, FIA, and so forth and so on, including as well as NDB and BSB. There's a whole list of about 12 parastatals that report to the Ministry of Finance, and then they do help us to execute our mandate as a Minister of Finance. Chair and committee members, the formulation of economic and financial policies that I referred to earlier has to consider the macroeconomic environment. For as a country, we do not exist in isolation. We are connected to the global economy through many channels, the most important of which is global trade. To that extent, the report provides a brief overview of domestic and global economic performance and focus. As indicated in the report, Chair, on page 4 of the report, we do highlight the latest updates or growth estimates by the World Economic Outlook that has forecast the global economy to grow by 2.8% in 2025 from 3.3% recorded in 2024. The downward revision mainly reflects the ongoing geopolitical tensions. We all know of the tariffs imposed by the Trump and his administration, as well as the counter tariffs by other countries. That has brought a lot of uncertainty in the global markets. That has an impact, a negative impact on global economic activity. And by extension, we are also affected as an economy that is solely dependent, mainly dependent on a single commodity export, being diamonds. With regard to the domestic growth and outlook, our economy contracted by 3% in 2024. That means we did not grow in 2024. There was a contraction. This compares to a positive growth of 3.2% in 2023. And the contraction in 2024 was mainly driven by the prolonged downturn in the diamond market. I'm saying prolonged because if you look at the statistics, you realize that diamond revenues have been declining. Diamond sales have been weak. The trend has been on a downward spiral. And as at the beginning of April last year, the sales were very, very low. I'll elaborate on this as we proceed. We have in the report, Chair, provided a growth estimate of 3.3%. This was in February 2025 through the budget speech. But in view of what has happened after these growth estimates were done, we are going to revise this growth forecast downwards. We do have a preliminary figure of around close to 0%. I think it's around 0.4, but that figure is still to be interrogated internally before we can publicize it. But on the other hand, the IMF has forecast growth for Botswana at minus 0.4%. That is a contraction in 2025. On the inflation front, say we are doing well. Inflation is well anchored. Inflation is well within the 3.6% objective range that we have set for ourselves. And that has provided an opportunity for the central bank through the Monetary Policy Committee to maintain what we consider an accommodative monetary policy stance in order to promote economic activity. The report also touches on our ratings that we have received through the sovereign credit ratings, through the S&Ps, as well as Moody's. I will take the report as read, and then go on to the state of public finances, which I consider very key as we move forward in trying to implement the budget that we presented and was approved in Parliament in February. We are currently experiencing a significant decline in revenue inflows, resulting in massive liquidity challenges that threaten financial stability and sustainability of government business operations. As I indicated earlier, the trend was much more pronounced from April last year, and the situation as is doesn't show any improvement. Instead, it is a deterioration. This has compelled us as the Ministry of Finance, and as part of our core mandate of resource mobilization, to look outside to fund our budget, the 2025-2026 budget. We had focused a deficit of around 22 billion for the current budget year. This was premised on us collecting diamond mineral revenues of around 17 billion pula. But the way it is now, we are most likely to revise that figure downwards because diamonds are not selling. The focus in revenue was made prior to the Trump administration imposing tariffs all over the place, therefore having a negative impact on the global economic activity. I'm saying this because we are selling a luxurious item. And for those countries, developed countries, where we sell our diamonds, when their economies go down, the first thing that they chop off their shopping list are luxurious items, and diamonds is one of them. Even those who were waiting to get married, they would rather suspend or opt for cheaper alternatives, being the lab-grown diamonds that have so far captured close to 25% of the diamond market. That's the reality. Those are the challenges that we are faced with. And as a result of the slowdown in inflows, we find ourselves sitting on some unpaid invoices of suppliers to government, because every day you walk into the office, you look at the balances, they are way, way below the outstanding invoices. You ought to sit and say, how do I prioritize this spending in order to keep the economy going? Interventions, several of them that we have proposed. We have, and this is something that was started in 2024-2025, we do not allow supplementary budgets. We have impressed upon ministries and MDAs to also ensure that austerity measures are implemented, cost-cutting measures are implemented, because the inflows, as I indicated, are way below our expenditure. As we try to vamp up revenue collection, as indicated in the report through BRS and our revenue mobilization strategies, we also ought to keep an eye on our expenditure pattern. We should not and must not behave like this is business as usual, because it is not business as usual. This is the longest downturn that in the history that I know of as an economist. I had a discussion with some gentleman much older than me. He reminded me of a similar downturn in the early 80s. I said, then I was very young. All that I was interested in is just to go to the cafeteria, eat, and go back to my room. I was never bothered as to whether there were challenges. But now I see this on a daily basis. These are the challenges that we need to confront, all of us, not any particular individual, but all of us, because we do realize that in government as well as out there, maybe the message is not clear as to harere sepatši se makgwakgwa ra go ntse jang. So we have some initiatives that we are going to implement to achieve our mandate. This relates to modernization of legal frameworks, reform of local capital markets, adoption of innovative financing models, and so forth and so on. And related to that, on the VAT front, we intend to present to Parliament the new Tax Administration Act, which aims to harmonize tax rules in the Value-Added Tax and Income Tax Acts, reduce compliance time for taxpayers, and eliminate duplication in filing and paying taxes. We are also looking at the National Payment Systems Law. This will bring significant positive change towards enhancing Botswana's payment systems, contributing to economic transformation as well as aligning with national and regional financial inclusion goals. To this end, Chair, we are already, through the Bank of Botswana and the Bankers Association of Botswana, implementing the National Retail Payment Switch. This should go a long way in promoting financial inclusion and making sure that we do have seamless transactions. This project is set at an advanced stage. Just last week or 2 weeks ago, we appointed the Tender Evaluation Committee to help us identify the relevant or the most suitable service provider. On the reform of local capital markets, we do realize that as part of our strategy to fund the deficit, we'll have to rely on, to some extent, on the domestic capital markets. But we need to bring in some heterogeneity to the investor base. Currently, we have more like a homogeneous investor base where investors buy and hold to maturity. And if you look at the secondary market, the activity is almost non-existent. Therefore, we are trying to implement certain changes to try and attract foreign investors. And this is critical because if you look at what we are currently experiencing, the shortage in liquidity has affected the banking sector or the financial system as a whole. We are looking at commercial banks now paying up to 15% in order to retain some wholesale deposits. We have seen recent weeks commercial banks increasing their prime lending rates, but those are still way below what they pay for the deposits. And we have witnessed since the beginning of this year the uptake in the bond market, very slow, very poor. Just the most recent one, we are aiming to raise about 3 billion from the domestic market. We ended up on the net raising only 93 million. That speaks to the shortage of liquidity in the system. Precisely because our economy has been and is up to now heavily dependent on a single commodity export, diamonds. Motswedi o hopotsegile. Government spending has gone down. Liquidity in the system has gone down. Therefore, the challenges that we are experiencing. Hence, now our focus will be more on foreign borrowing because that's where we have a little bit of room to maneuver. I've spoken to the revenue mobilization, and then we also have the, in our agenda of things to do, the establishment of the Sovereign Wealth Fund. This is on our agenda, and we are at an advanced stage. This started way back about 2 years ago, and the central bank, who was our agent on debt management and foreign exchange reserves management, approached the Ministry of Finance to say we need to ring-fence a portion of the foreign exchange reserves. Ring-fence it such that we have the withdrawal and deposit rules so that you don't have at any point in time dip our hands from the reserves and as a result deplete them and leave nothing for the future generations. We have also spoken, Chair, to the public-private partnerships. we have a unit that has been set up or established within the ministry to guide ministries in implementing PPP projects. Currently, we do have a lineup of PPP projects. We have a lineup of PPP projects at different levels. Some are at the feasibility study analysis. Some are still at the level where now we need to attract or invite interested investors to come and participate. So that's where we are with the PPP. But we have realized that the PPP, the way it is structured, the structure is not fit for purpose. We need to work on the structure because currently we have the structure headed at F1 level, and the next person is at E1. So there is a gap in between. We also need to fully resource the PPP unit. And to that extent, we have spoken to the World Bank. They are willing to, they have agreed to conduct a capacity building workshop before the end of this month in Botswana. And that will help us as we also try to revise our PPP, as we try to revise our PPP policy, which is really dated. Dates as far back as it was set up in 2009. So those are the things that we need to do in order to beef up the PPP unit so that it delivers its core mandate. With regard to debt management, I've already spoken a bit about this. We are very close to the debt limit for local borrowing. Just to share the figures, just give me a figure. We are at 28% of debt to total GDP. The limit is 40. 20 domestic borrowing and 20 foreign borrowing. On domestic debt, we are sitting at 42.61 billion pula, which is equivalent to 18.69% of GDP, meaning that we are left with a small gap there between 20 minus 18.69, that should give us 1.31%. But on the foreign borrowing one, we still have a bit of room, currently sitting at 9.33% of GDP, which amounts to 25.74 billion pula. It means we have about 20 minus 9, that should be around 11%, that the gap that we still can fill. But however, we are mindful of the problems that other countries have encountered, where they thought they could borrow their way out of trouble. Borrowing is not the way to go when you are faced with a situation like this. Yes, we can borrow to help alleviate the problems, but you cannot borrow with the view that once you have borrowed, then you are out of trouble. Currently, our borrowing profile is worrisome to the extent that we borrow to fund current consumption. Between January and end of May, we contracted 2 short loans. That is in addition to the SACU receipts, around slightly over 6 billion in January, over 6 billion in April. In total, all those funds are all gone. The question is, are we really going to borrow every month to fund consumption? Is this sustainable? The answer is no, it is not sustainable. Hence, the reason why we need to intensify on revenue collection as well as slowing down on spending in a big way. Because once you become overborrowed as a country, you fail to repay, the lenders take over control of your country. They dictate to you what to do and what not to do. Chair, allow me to clarify before I conclude, because I said I'll take the report as read. Let me clarify one or two things. And to do that, let me take you back to what happened last year in November. In November, the Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Botswana held its meeting in Francistown, which was followed by a press brief. At that press brief, there was a question, direct question, to the Bank of Botswana. The question was, is the country broke? In response, the governor said, no, the country was not broke. And he went on to clarify what he meant by that. At that point, foreign exchange reserves were around equivalent of around 8 months of import cover. He made reference to the fact that we continue to import food, we continue to import fuel. Therefore, those are not signs of a country that is broke. A week or two later, in December, the Minister of Finance made a statement in Parliament. That statement read, open quote, the state of our public finances by any standards is in an undesirable place, close quote, in Setswana Abare Semakwakwa. That caused a lot of confusion. People were asking, why is it that the governor and the minister are contradicting each other? The Bank of Botswana tried to issued a press release to clarify the matter. The two statements were correct, and the two statements still remain correct to date, except that on both fronts, the situation has deteriorated. The focus of the governor's response was on the economy as a whole. When you look at the foreign exchange reserves, there's a component that belongs to government. It's a line item called GIA. In total, foreign exchange reserves were at an equivalent of around 8 months of import cover. That was the basis for the governor's response. But the minister's response or statement was based on that line item, that portion of the foreign exchange reserves that belongs to government, which is the GIA. I'm saying on all fronts, the situation has deteriorated. Yes, the foreign exchange reserves, the nation's foreign exchange reserves, have since then declined to now stand around 6 months of import cover, from 8 then. Public finances, I'm saying they have deteriorated because I was part of the Bank of Botswana team. That was before I joined the Ministry of Finance. We were observing from the other side as finance and economic advisors to government. We could see that when the circle funds hit the government account, those funds could remain or stay in the account for about a month or so before they got depleted. Today, the situation has changed. The 6th of January, slightly over 6 billion hit our account. It was on a Monday. By close of business on Thursday, same week, more than 90% of that was gone. Yet, invoices were still outstanding. This is because collections, as I indicated, are dwindling. Someone was saying to me, maybe BRS is not doing enough to collect. Yes, there are some elements of it, and we are working with BRS to strengthen that. But we need to be reminded that tax revenue is a function of economic activity. That's another component, key component. There is no inverse relationship. If economic activity slows down, companies lay off workers. Companies do not sell much, they don't make profits. Obviously, tax revenue will decline. Let me pick an example. Our main source, or what has been our main source of revenue, GAPS 1. They used to sell diamonds. We used to receive billions. We knew that every sale of diamonds, government would get billions of pula. Some monies would go straight to the Fed account, the government Fed account, and our spending was way below the revenues. Hence, we were running budget surpluses. That has changed. So, like I said, the two statements were both correct and are both correct to date. One was focusing on the broader economy. The other one, the minister was focusing on what belongs to government in the form of GIA. The second clarification I want to make, Chair, is on the understanding of the budget. This is key because when we say we need to cut costs, when we say to ministries, you have a budget limit. Some would say, but Maloba, la approvile budget will 5 billion. No. Harane allow 5 billion. Those were estimates, or those are estimates. You sit down and say, of all my revenue sources for the 2025-2026 financial year, I'm expecting to get this much from mineral revenue. I'm expecting to get this much from SACU. I'm expecting to get this much from whatever the source might be. And then you say, with this, how does my shopping list look like? This is my shopping list. Bridge komo hembo, ke batla go aga building ya gore ke batla go dira tsela ya nko bokete, ke batla go aga dikolo, total ke bokae, ke bokana. Or when that total, does it match the expected revenue? Expected revenue, not what is in the coffers, what we expect to collect. If there's a shortage, like we are anticipating a shortage of around 22 billion pula, you say, how then do we fill up this gap? Borrowing, domestic and foreign borrowing. So what ministries have, the estimates, co-funding, and we are not stopping ministries from implementing their priority projects and the like. English media. That's in your shopping list. But when the time comes, you realize what you had expected as inflows to allow you to pay for your school fees for English medium is not there. You don't just close your eyes or someone go private school as school fees. What do? You adjust. So this is the adjustment that we are calling for. So that's the clarity that I wanted to make, Chair. Allow me to pause here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, me. The simplicity and the clarity with which you present a very dim situation. Parlamente ne ba go reditse bana di potso bana le haba batang go tlhalosa di ba sente teng ke a dumela. Honorable Matausani,
thank you, Honorable Chair. Re kanetsa o tsetse dipotso ka bontsi tse e leng gore tota ne re eletsa thata la ntlha hela tota go leka gore tlhalosetsa ka seemo sa di-finances tsa lehatshe la rona. It was a big question mo go rona gore tota hela, can you elaborate and give us a clear picture of how our finances are standing mo Harzamante? You have touched quite a lot on it, but I still think an ordinary Motswana, I don't know economics is me an ordinary Motswana, Osanta Kamala, Hortata de Madihayo, Nere bona ka the spending part e tsweletse hela ka go nna high change. How ka lebella ka ha re spendang ka ting le ha ra akanya gore gongwe ga se ga go tlhokagale, it's still there. But as the finance ministry ke rona ba eleng gore you are supposed to keep on advising ministries ka the financial prudence. Me ga go lebege go tokagala. What is your take on that? Ga go lebege go tokagala go tlhelelelelelelele na re bona gore they spending mo ena ka hawar madi ga ayo. Can you please take us through on that one?
Thank you, Honorable. They say Rome was not built in one day. Even on this matter, there will be those who will appreciate the matters quickly or faster than others. There will be those who will remain skeptical. Yes, of course, observing on the ground. Let me, or allow me to leave out government for a while, just briefly. You heard me earlier saying in the developed countries, when they see the signs that the economies are going down, they reconsider their shopping lists. They cut out luxurious items. Now, Motswana elong gore ga tlhaloganye gore ra re madi ha ra gore madi go raya. Ne nka kopa Motswana gore ene a lebelle ka ha ene a dira ntlo tsa gwe ka teng. The two largest consumers of our foreign exchange reserves, at the top, fuel imports. Who are the consumers? Ke rona Batswana. Ha o ka lebella dikoloi tsa rona mo ditseleng, ke a emela phakela ke tsa ngwana mosimane ke mo isa school X. Mosadi o tsa koloi o tsa mosana o mo isa to school X. From there at home the government in play road. In developed countries where people are financially literate, they are able to read the signs and say, we need to adjust. The second largest consumer, retail. The shopping ya rona, la retail ke bona bo di swikiri, bo di macaroni, bo di cucumber, bo di asparagus, so say. That's the second largest consumer of our foreign exchange reserves. I have always said to people, if you trust us as your economic advisors, and we're telling you, this is the situation. Let's go back to the statement made by the Vice President, the Minister of Finance. That should have been the foundation for how we conduct our business going forward. Remove yourself from the country as a whole. Go down to the level individual, you and I, Honorable. Create your own little scenarios and say, what should I do in order for me to survive into the long term? That's the baseline scenario. Another scenario, okay, if things improve, what does it mean for me? That's a welcome development, right? But take the worst case scenario. Even if we said we made just a scenario, if in the next 2 months or so, by here about the salary, Honorable Matausani, what do I have in my reserves? This is equivalent to the country's foreign exchange reserves. Take it to your level. What I have in my reserves, and school fees, and then adjust your spending pattern at an individual level. That we don't see. Government, like I said, we continue to advise ministries. We met as permanent secretaries 3 weeks ago, and I presented this. You know, when you are close to what is happening, you have a better understanding than somebody out there. Some of them, hopefully, as the message filters through, we'll begin to see a slowdown in spending. Thank you.
So, kamantswa mangwe, but kamantswa mangwe, kore you advise, but this advice, for instance, on the government side, you know, there is a lot of promises that are poured into the pot. We are expecting July or June. But what everybody VDCs, Banabadi keeps on this date. Your advice, advice, are they seeing economic or not? Are they taking this into account? This traveling what you are saying, I can hear you clearly. You are advising the government, but it doesn't seem to be getting into the responsible people's ears. Over and above that, Lonali Ministry of Finance, there is a lot of financial leakages. As we have been examining all the ministries, but we have examined, there is leakage. It is very, very, very serious, and it's a pattern, especially over payment of salaries, unrecovered monies from the impressed, and you know, quite a lot. A typical one, if you go to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they've bought properties long back. Those properties are there, they are not even working, but the amount of money that are paid there. Now, as Minister of Finance,
Honorable, I would want to say molaetsa ho goroge. Jaaka ne ke bua o kgona go ntsha molaetsa o bo filter.
Just hold. I get some message to the effect that we have issues with our connectivity. Can you switch off for a moment so that we consult with the IT people? Just very briefly. We can go on. County officer, respond. In terms of spending, is business as usual, even in government. Government is not giving any clues. That is the question in brief.
Ke ne ke re ga ke batle go tsa gore molaetsa ga o goroge. Molaetsa wa goroga mme go mo ka tswa o goroga ka bonya o sa gore ka bohego jo re ka bon re boeletsa. Honorable talked about travel and impressed. That's something that we have discussed, and all travels are authorized by the PSP's office. You know, we have what we call statutory meetings that ought to be honored. as we belong to institutions like World Bank, IMF, SADC, BOSACU, and the like. So we have to honor them because that's where major decisions are taken. So impact the hence our presence has to be felt so that we add our weight. But even then, what you have impressed upon, and that's what I believe the PSP is doing because we talk constantly, is to reduce the size of the delegation. So those are the essential travels that we have agreed that they ought to be authorized. Essential travel.
Oh, you still continue?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
The financial leakages, Honorable, I agree with you. That's what we have identified. When we first came into office, I'm saying we because you may recall that the leadership of the ministry has changed. It's now new. The minister came in November and the PS came in January. We sat down. And in the budget speech, we did talk about the leakages that we need to close. And to that extent, we also have identified the payroll as one possible area where there could be leakages. And in our last meeting with the IMF and the World Bank, it was the World Bank in particular, they have agreed to give us some expertise or TA mission to come and look at the overall payroll to see where are the leakages and how we can close them. Some leakages are through tax avoidance. We are working closely. Again, the World Bank has agreed to help us strengthen tax revenue collection, close such gaps. Like I said, I agree with you, Honorable, that there are many leakages that we need to close. In the past, remember, we are transitioning from an era where Madi inele nyebe. Press button over here, I don't think we are paying much attention to how we are spending. Now we are suddenly in an era where we need to be even more prudent. For some, or if not all of us, it takes time to adjust. One day, it takes him a while to maintain the standards until the message will filter through.
The promises when they are monetary implications. What can you say to that? I thought that was your question.
One of the questions.
Yeah.
Chair, allow me not to respond to a statement made by the political leadership. I guess that's what he's referring to.
Yes.
Yes. But the RONA, whatever comes to us as a ministry, similarly financial obligations, we do say, no, we cannot take this. Yes, this one we can accommodate, looking at our finances. So far, the promises that you may be talking about, we are yet to see the financial implications of Corona. We are yet to be presented with what that means. Once that lands in our offices and we interrogate, we'll give advice as to whether this is feasible or not. By the way, you realize that even in the manifestos, the manifesto at UDC, budget speech, certain things that were promised are not there because the Minister of Finance said, no, this is not feasible. That's the advice from the Minister of Finance. We never shy away from giving that advice because at the end of the day, we are the custodians of the public finances. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. This question needs a follow-up. Yeah, prudential, prudence in financial management. This thing, PS. The public must know about this. This issue of leakages, as an economist, even before the new government comes in, our past two ministers of finance, about 37% leakages. And mostly they were referring a lot more development budget. But how do we examine the book? Or even mostly recurrent budget, like I was saying, gore gone mo dibukeng tsa rona hana go supala gona le leakage e ntsi gore ha go buiwa ka overpayment of salaries. That's the part the Ministry of Finance should be making sure that that gap is closed. But it doesn't seem to be happening. But ba itamela hela kantele utlwa gote honorable AG wa General Chambers utlwa gote ibile prescribed ile gore batho ba neelwa madi. I can quote an example of somebody who was supposed to be paid 40,000 pula and he was paid 40,000 plus US dollars. That equates to close to $500,000. And that person, up to now, it's still appearing in the books. As per the AG, the matter has already prescribed. Those are the leakages that I'm talking about. But over and above such, I will take it as the last question. Yeah, GAPS kita GAPS ya buhelo ke yone ke batlang go bua ka di leakages ke. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable. I agree with you 100% that there are those leakages. How do they come about? Some of them did that through Motuari Tayara. Baba retire and check without saving notice. As I am retiring, check it. Or just before payday. About what summer. How was so processed? Yo mungwe ebeleba is retirement, resignation. Ba ngwe il dismissal. Ba ngwe ile loss of life. Unfortunately, ngwa batho ka hetse. E go ra gore ka kana kwa tiragalo. It's too close to the payday. Payroll is processed, and the ministry wa rona would not know gore gona le mongwe kwa o le tsa return ka check a le go shakawe or something like that. By the time the casualty return e goroga ko ministry, we tell gore motho o se tsa duetswe. We do follow up. Some by duela, some have a doji, refer the cases to the Attorney General to assist us in the collections. Of course, there are those that will then manage to escape. Push of 40,000. How level the assets or so those are some of the cases, and indeed these are leakages that, as a ministry, we have to sit down and see how best we can deal with this. Give us time. I know time is of essence. Investors' time is money, but all is not lost. We'll try and tighten the screws.
Uno robata go tsena go ya GAPS. Mine ke re pele ha tsena ho ke re accounting officer. The picture you have painted is so gloomy. Motho na akanya gore by now, for instance, ka bo hitse ra akanya gore ba bantseng ba tsaya di allowance mme ba le go godimo ba na le di salary hela tse di ka ba sustainang. Gore simola go leba gore a mme a gona di allowance ya ka re tsamaya le tsone tsa parliament tsa le tsa ba bang a gona go pega re ka kgaolang teng ha e le gore go a letelesega motho ka ba akanya gore go ha seemo se maswe thata mo itela go tona le bo benchmarking trips le tse dingwe ga se yone nako ya gore ompienong ka bo ruta go nya tseo di eme ga di yo le other non-essential travel ga se yone nako yone ha di o di nna maswe yana gore ba ileng gore ba ne ba nna le sego thata mo tsamo ya nako gongwe re ka bone hetse ano re bua ka bo gore yaanong re ba sekaseke kera the real fat cats gore yaanong le lekgetho le nne tsopana yana mo go bone kana o paintile picture e le gore it's very scary but na ke duma le re motawasane ke bona ke tukare is business as usual wena wa re nya mme kana gore go change ka bonya mme itar by the time of change the way sa tula rena le hatsiano that's my take and I want you to respond to that if
ya me che ne ke sa ba de go tshosetsa upe ne ke ra yala gore we should appreciate ha se mo se lenteng but all is not lost we are still surviving as a nation. This should be taken as a lesson that going forward, how do we conduct our business? Any change, but we wish for a change. There are some who will be quick to adjust, there are some who will lag behind. We are talking of cutting salaries, allowances, and the like. As I indicated, we'll soon be engaging the World Bank to come and look at the overall the payroll. I do overtime. We might also say overtime sitting with the excessive. How do we limit overtime? I'm just giving this as an example. That's some work that we have done already in the ministry. In some instances, where overtime is excessive. Trips, benchmarking trips. I don't want to make a blanket statement to say benchmarking trips are not necessary. There are some that could be necessary, and as I indicated, we have trusted, or we have trust in the office of the PSP that when proposals are made to her office to say, Rebata travel benchmark, she really interrogates, her office interrogates the reasons for the benchmarking exercise. Is it worth it? Some trips, we might think from a distance that they are not essential. I've always said to people, batsadi ga ke ba itswella mo ka moreng bo ba le bana mo bathong bo ba lla boti botsadi bini boeteledipele has to go out ba go batela bana sejewa. But in the process they will use part of the resources that are there, but with the hope that se bang go se kopa starta se le boketenyana go thusa bana. So some of those trips are precisely meant for that, and surely at some point we'll see the results of those trips. As to others that are not necessary, we continue to engage. At the meeting with the permanent secretaries, after painting this, they also said it was a gloomy picture. But for me, it's a wake-up call. We agreed, as permanent secretaries, we're going to meet. Now, each ministry will come with proposals as to how we can deal with this matter. Is a matter a Ministry of Finance hell. Sometimes when we work out something as a collective, there is buy-in. Rona will give them all the information that they need. We will also bring in, I've already spoken to the CEO of NBFIRA, because what is happening has implications on the financial system. He's prepared to come and also brief, just to brief the permanent secretaries, what are the implications, what he sees in the non-bank financial institutions. I've spoken to the governor of the Bank of Botswana about, when they have a forum where they brief the cabinet, the president and the cabinet. I think it's coming in June, and then followed by the members of parliament. And I would encourage all members of parliament, through you, Chair, to please request members of parliament to go and attend so that they can ask questions. Can also Commission of Finance or protect the push. Bank of Botswana is independent. There's that operational independence. They'll say it as it is. Maybe the reason, part of the reasons why I'm saying this openly is because I was born and bred there. So we believe in open talk. They will do it. But unfortunately, in the past, when we invited members of parliament, the turn-up has always been very. But this is where we need to interrogate some of these figures, some of these issues, Chair. Thank you. I just want to have a more Hassan.
Baba akutsa itshulelo hantse phuphuma se gore ke nako ya gore ba te ba kgone gore go tsewe sengwe yana mo bone ke ra ba akutse ke re mo le mo
e bokete
ga ile bokete a ina molato re ga re mtaosane o ka tswelela right
di siame hela gore di kana go go ntsi mme wa araba re kganetsano ke a nka sentle PS e go ne mo le tsholo la go leka go emisa di leakages a ke re bua ka gaps gongwe just take us through ka gaps what is really happening ka kanya gaps a mona go nya gompieno gaps e siame I understand somewhere back then you had a tender in a itsisa ne GAPS go leka go tokahatsa seemo sa GAPS. I hear this was a direct procurement, and it looks like a tender was awarded before any evaluation was done. When it came, evaluating committee, they recommended some items more they don't seem to be qualified. They were actually nullifying the award. Before evaluation. Is it true that the award was done before the evaluation? And what happened after the evaluation committee came up with the recommendations? And why was it so? Thank you.
GAPS.
Let me answer one part of the question relating to Huiragalam GAPS. And with your permission, Chair, the Accountant General tendering process. But what I know ka GAPS back in 2023 up to December 2024, GAPS had issues. You recall at that time people used to complain because GAPS in Alimatat. That was true. Funds were not much of a problem because we still have significant, even though not much. But the problem was the instability in the GAPS system. To process the payments. We have since brought in the systems support provided by a company called Oracle. These are the owners of the system. They've been on the ground. And I'm happy to report, in as far as processing of payments is concerned, GAPS is no longer an issue. The stability has been restored. Of course, there could be some certain modules there that still require upgrading because they upload data very slowly. But as for processing of payments, it's doing well. One of the major problems was that, GAPS, as I was made to understand, it was overly customized. That's the problem with taking something off the shelf. To bring it to your own system, your own environment, you require some customizations. We are lagging behind in terms of upgrading to the latest version. Oracle, the Oracle team has been here. I met with them. I got an assurance from them, yes, they'll do the best they can to fix whatever is remaining is lagging behind. But as far as payments are concerned, GAPS is no issue anymore. But on the tendering process, through your permission, Chair, can shed light on the tendering process.
Thank you very much. Mulwatadi. Kitsawaruka. Sorry, no Bible.
Sorry, he has to take an oath.
Bible ile kai. Wala vesi. Remulwatadi kitsawaruka salam rao. I swear by Almighty God.
Swear by Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give.
Before this committee of Parliament.
Before this committee of Parliament.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing else but the truth.
And nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Iutile potso ke ile ya tendering. Gore ga tio ne tsamile jang. Re ne la ha ka khona ka bokhutswane.
As the PS has said, in August 2023, we had a decline in performance of GAPS, and then there was some remedial work that was carried out, but that did not succeed. I think initially this was done by the Ministry of Communication and Innovation, because they are the ones that host the system. Initially, we identified a server, a small one, so that we could then assess what was the problem with the server that was hosting GAPS. But that server proved to be of a small capacity. We then, with the help of Oracle, identified servers, 2 of them, from a company in South Africa. They were of a bigger capacity, but slightly lower in terms of technology to the server that we wanted to assess and then repair. So that work continued until November. That is when we then decided that we should acquire those servers on a lease basis. And those servers, we then requested for direct appointment. One of a company that owned or had those servers. 2, for a company here in Botswana that would then help with the transfer of GAPS to those servers. So that process for direct appointment was approved. And what then followed is then to float an ITT to implement that direct appointment. And then there was also some developments on the way that the company that we had we wanted to acquire the servers from failed vetting. So what we then did, the company that we had identified to transfer information from the old server to the servers that we would acquire from South Africa. We then said, okay, rather than government being the one dealing with the company in South Africa, bring those servers here. So we then had a, what can I say, a scope variation to now have that company, which is Nexim Solutions, to bring the servers and then migrate them. And then Oracle was the one that they call it re-platforming, making the servers ready for them to then take the system from the malfunctioning servers, to that one. So that is how the procurement went. So as regards whether the tender was awarded prematurely, if I may paraphrase that way, as Honorable Motausano said that the tender was awarded before evaluation. No, we waited for the whole process to for the evaluation report to be submitted, and then based on that, we then made a recommendation to the accounting officer for the award.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Tausan, ke tsa gore o garabile o ka re we have taken too much time
Me?
on yourself.
Would I be lying to say the recommendation of the evaluation committee proved the evaluation that tender was supposed to be null and void? Kaha the candidate you are under oath, and I want the truth, nothing else but the truth.
Yes.
So, kaha wana buang ka teng wa process e tla tsamaile sentle. Me, there is this allegation ya gore the committee in the evaluation didn't recommend gore. In fact, they gave a provisional award to the bidder, and me the whole evaluation they said it was null and void. When I worry, who is not telling the truth here? Your evaluation committee or you? We need to understand this because this gaps issue in a the oracle, the issue of oracle, but you are telling me, can we tell the nation the truth about this issue? Oracle.
Yes.
Can you tell the truth?
Yes.
And we conclude the matter.
Yes, sir. We will make available all the information together with the evaluation report.
That would be nice.
And what I then recommended to the accounting officer to award.
That would be useful information.
That would be useful information. Can we get
and
that?
Also, I should point out that we are dealing with a delicate situation. Government was at a standstill. And what we did, taking what the evaluation committee had recommended, we then took that report, and on the basis of it, we then, as per the law, engaged the bidder, so that whatever the anomalies that were there, they could be corrected, and that was done. And then the award was made on those bases.
Thank you very much. I propose you keep on occupying that seat.
Yes.
Ke tsenya ya bohero ke ira follow up ya nnyane tota ne ke batla go itse ke
Let's get another person, please. Sorry about that. Honorable Malusi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let's all agree that your ministry on finance is central to the running of this country, and let's only lead by example. Ibile redumalane gore babereki ba go di ministering kwa ba tswang go ministering wa lona ke bona tota ba ileng gore le ba pointile gore ba you have seconded to the other ministries ke bona ba ileng gore a re ntse re le balla di buka yana re ithaile gore di phoso tse dintsi tse di ka batwa mo go bone gona le gore they don't reconcile on a monthly basis. So a lot of these leakages did dirwa ke gore ga gona reconciliation tsentse re ka bo dirwa ya no ngwe potso e ka nna gore what are you doing as the new management to make sure gore this thing doesn't persist ka gore ha ile gore na le motho tsentse ra ka ba dira reconciliation ko ministry a ba sa dire maybe na gore go tswelela hela ba te ba re business as usual go tsena di gato di pitse di tsewang ke sone se dirang gore ngwe berele gape berere kana ministry wa gago for the past 5 years your books have been qualified by the auditor general ya no ha ile gore go qualify ba di buka tsa gago wena o le ministry of finance then what do you expect Ministry of Local Government or any other ministry to look up to be qualified chairman. The auditor's opinion is qualified means that the accounts are not true. So now I look the account. There's a Ministry of Finance had need. What about other department? We are supposed to look up to the Minister of Finance.
You are not being exemplary, he says. Can you please respond, County Officer?
Yes, the Accountant General, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Issue of reconciliation comes from 2004 when we implemented GAPS. There was what was called data take-on balances. That is from the old system.
What is it called?
Data take-on balances.
Okay.
Yeah. So those balances were to be reconciled, and some, as of today, are still there because they relate to, periods prior to 2004.
So you agree it may cause leakages? Reconciliation.
No, reconciliation is being done, but what is outstanding is what is called reconciling items have not been cleared. So with that, you can't rule out errors and maybe leakages until you have, completed. Like, some time back, when we were carrying out reconciliations, we were able to detect some of the, fraud or something like that. So, issue is not that reconciliations are not being done. Is that there is I would say, backlog of periods that it's very difficult to get information so that those can be cleared. And then officers at ministries, they are sent for, courses, to refresh themselves so that they can keep up to date with, developments in the, accounting profession. So, honorable member, I don't know how to put it, but expectation is that at ministries they should analyze transactions and then bring anomalies to the accounting officer. And then there was also issue of qualified accounts at a Ministry of Finance. Currently, the setup is that we compile, I would say, whole of government accounts. That is the statement of accounts. It is the whole of government accounts. There are no accounts for individual ministries. But when Auditor General audits, looks at transactions even at ministries, and then based on that, then qualifies the accounts. And these accounts have been qualified since time immemorial, not the last 5 years. So they go many, many years back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Malusi.
We are examining the book at the and we take it like our
Yeah, Honorable, let's just admit from the onset, when he makes reference to the time that we implemented or got this, acquired these gaps, there were teething problems, yes? And those problems meant that some of the things that ought to have been captured were not captured. That's one. Two, we cannot rule out human error. No matter how qualified you are, there is always that element of human error because predominantly our processes in government are manually driven. So if you work on processes that are manually driven, no matter how vigilant you are, and I'm not downplaying the need for officers to be vigilant, the need for officers to apply themselves, but human errors occasionally occur. But as for the reconciliation, as the Attorney General has spoken, we are working on the reconciliation. You know, part of it, I remember there used to be some headlines. So the government has lost some monies, but that was speaking to the failure, 22 billion lost, and so that was the reconciliation. And we are closely working with the Bank of Botswana, implementing. Actually, Bank of Botswana has established, what do you call it? Digitalized banking services, digitalized banking hall. Upon completion of this, how tshwarwa ko maitengwe ka speed trap? Ga ke a rutsa teng honorable like it. My guess is good. You will have these POS machines. Immediately you swipe, that money will go straight into the account of government held at Bank of Botswana. Currently, what is happening in Kore, different revenue offices around the country, but some idea of Isakai, go to commercial banks. Commercial banks will keep the money for about 15 days or so, then before transmitting to the Bank of Botswana. It is in that process, because we are talking about multiple thousands of transactions, more transactions, about 5 billion, where now you lose track of the payment in a is a. But with this digitalized banking hall, Bank of Botswana digitalizing the government finances, collection system, the revenue offices, police, transport, you name it, every transaction will be able to be tracked, monitored, and even when it hits the account, you would know. That will facilitate reconciliation. But currently, reconciliation becomes difficult because we're talking about could happen that I deposited 10 million pula. Trying to break that 10 million pula into the smaller payments that constitute the total is a tall order. Hence, the reconciliation of the
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Let's progress to another question, please.
Yeah.
Second question.
On this issue at Triple P, hongo karabolela hela gore policy ya lona le kutilo bua ka yona gore le ba tsondre le bankanye because it's not fit for purpose. But currently there is some ngagizura ke hot potato kana ke. There's an issue that nobody wants to really accept or ke abone le gore involve the Triple P. Hona le issue go teng mo kgwebo mongwa go aga dikwere le 100 le di clinic le 50 or whatever kana ke 50 100 jaanong re buditse ba local government ka gore dikwele le di clinic di ko ba re bona ga ba itse ra botsa ba infrastructure ere committee that I chair le bone ba renya be ba renya eo ke a office of the president unfortunately ya go botswa office of the president ne ke seo but se ke se botsang ke gore because Triple P yone ka hibuang ka teng yone go lebega go heletsa gona le loan ka gore mo go bua go aga and government wa go na a duela periodically a me mola wa go mo kana ke facility that's supposed to come to parliament and be debated and parliament e bue gore ya dumalana gore government a tsere mo sekolotong sa 15 years sa gore go dikwele tse le gore a di tlhoka ya re putso a me ne le gore lona le ba le tlhokometse madi. What do you know about this issue ya gore go na le facility e tatang ko parlamenteng ka July le re tata ko parlamenteng go ta go kopa madi ya gore go dikwele di le 100 le di patela di 50 tse le gore obviously ra di tlhoka.
Thank you very much, sir. Accounting officer.
Chairman. Sorry,
Chairman, ke kopa go tlatsa potso.
Sorry?
Ke kopa go tlatsa potso e.
O tlatsa potso.
Erra.
Ma tlatse o tla di araba tsotlhe.
Okay, erra. PS, go bua ga jalo gape gore ate o buile wena for gore you have 3 projects tsa partnership triple P, some of which are at feasibility jalo jalo. Maybe you want to outline what those projects are.
Thank you very much. Accounting officer.
ga ke itse gore re moalusi ba local government ke ba ne ba ithothora rona triple P unit e mo go rona. That's a fact, even though in a re ngwaga o simologo ya nna gore I shifted ko office of the president, but we argued gore no, triple P ought to be ha go rona hana re le Ministry of Finance. That discussion is still ongoing. So I can go to where the quality clinic di wela under Ministry of Local Government. Rona, we advise, that's the triple P unit, but the implementers are the respective ministries. Those are the implementers. The project that we are talking about, hanga oragere haikise se pegaone kita wiki bua maka but ki kan gore kita bua nnete lo gore ki kan ne ka ba ibela ile gore ke la ntha ke tshwara since ke ba form 3 go supa gore tota ke batla go bua se ile bua maruri
Bua nnete raiso.
we were at the initial proposal, we were brought in to look at the financial. We always come at the far end. Okay, the triple P unit would work with the respective ministry, the sourcing ministry. If in this case it's local government, they work with local government, or they work with OP if there's a sourcing ministry and advise. Triple P could be in the form of an investor making a contribution and the government making a contribution. Jointly, they implement the project. An investor could say, I'm going to put in my money into this project. There are different forms of triple Ps. So our triple P unit will advise on that. So the initial proposal that at least was brought to our attention, we said, Lily Ministry of Local and Health, because that was before the clinic local. The financial implications here are huge. We are not at the stage where we could go out and borrow money to fund this. Can you please go and scale down? Whatever you settle for, ultimately, will be accommodated within your budget. So that's where we are as a Ministry of Finance. We are still waiting, as they engage with the investor, that we are still waiting for their final agreement where they settle, and then they would come to us, well, this is what we have settled for. Little Ministry of Finance, what's your advice given the financial implications? We are not there yet.
I only get worried, but anyway, you continue.
Sorry, Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
On issue at triple P, there's this.
Sorry. I think there was a question here, the projects, I get it.
Yes, from Honorable Mabel.
So now I have a list here. There are 3 projects anymore at procurement stage. Project initiation, procurement of consultant stage, feasibility study, and procurement of the private party. This is Ikaiheng XLT project. This is a project for converting coal to liquids in order to guarantee oil product security for Botswana, and the contracting ministry there is the Ministry of Minerals and Energy. The second one is the student residence facilities co-used under the Ministry of Higher Education. This is for the construction and maintenance of student residences at that university, Mopalabi. The third one is Ruwe Magistrate Court and staff houses, construction and maintenance of magistrate courts in Ruwe. That is for accommodation. Ministry of Water and Ministry of Justice. and there are others, they are at different stages, like I indicated. Bogland Valley wastewater reclamation is at feasibility study review. A feasibility study has been conducted. Now the Triple P unit is reviewing that feasibility study with a view to either saying yes or no.
On issue at Triple P, you mentioned more executive summary or le train batho ba ka tshwara bo 149 on Triple P skills, and you will be having another training this year. One just wonders how much do you involve other ministries, more especially local government, given the need for them to undertake the same initiative at local government for projects?
Thank you, Honorable. The 146 people that we are referring to are coming from all over government, because the intention is that each ministry ought to have at least somebody who understands the basic concepts of Triple P, so that when they are presented with these feasibility studies, when they are presented with advice from the Triple P unit, they are able to appreciate at least if you have some level of appreciation, you can interrogate the report. The upcoming training, likewise, is going to bring almost everybody in the government, at least some representatives, to be part of that training or capacity building.
Honorable Malusi.
Chair. There's this wages policy, government, especially to regulate the parastatal. We know in this country or how bata go amogela o tsentse o bereka go parastatal le wena tota ngwa economy ya go tatso tabo re go utlwelela go BDC go bokaika. That policy it's a mahakae. What are you doing to try and rein in this free range free roll thing? The parasital by Google Madian, the pay rate it's that the parasital had its channel government. Malwana Uruto Pozore, Minma Mutuam Kalamadia Maniani go Buzara post to give 5,000. Government is struggling to get people to even go beyond the 4,000. Yeah, that
was a fair question. Sorry.
The wages policy. Let me talk to the parastatal Sidia Muhelaya. Ghana, these salaries are pegged to Isariza Push, Sabudira La Push. How Zaya Bank of Botswana governor, the salary is pegged to that of the PSP and the Attorney General, Helajalo. So, but then the wages policy says, ho humwe hakari, parastatals can pay we are talking about parastatals that are in competition with the private sector. And we are saying, for you to attract a capable individual to be at the helm of the Bank of Botswana, for you to attract a capable individual to be at the helm of BPC, you ought to be able to compensate them sufficiently enough to entice them to leave their job at the Botswana. Yes, one might ask for some of these parastatals are more like a drain on government coffers because they are loss-making. That's another matter that can be addressed differently to say, why is it that these parastatals are struggling? We have noted, Honorable, that there are some of these parastatals have been operating without the fully constituted board to give that strategic direction. Some of the parastatals have operated Basna substantive CEOs to give that operational direction. Hence, really, you will not expect a parastatal or Izamaisa Zol. Those are the things that we are dealing with, we are going to deal with to make sure, one, the boards are truly fully constituted. Not only that, some parastatals, the board membership is prescribed in law, or is already predetermined. What the boarding at BRS, Ministry of Finance, is not competency based. We had a discussion on this at the CBC, that the Committee of Business Committee, Cabinet Business Committee, to say we need to also review the law to allow for attraction of board membership outside the public service. But that again comes at a cost. I know there's been questions for the board members, what is the sitting allowance? Again, for you to attract quality board members with the right competencies, you ought to be able to reward them, compensate them. For example, if you were to attract a qualified lawyer to be in the board, you are talking about some people who have their own law firms. Per hour, and we expect them, like in the past, they used to have to get Bengo Zwana sitting allowance nearly 1.8. A lawyer, a qualified lawyer, review the board packs, 2 days, sit in a meeting, will compensate you 1.8, yet Golofemia is worried, more than that. So those are the peculiarities of this. We don't have to equate. Actually, they've been arguing what they should not be equated to government.
But I think you're not answering the question. Policy guy, they should be also le policy. Guide or the salary lo attract the talent le guiding policy it should guide you. So is there a policy? Hello rating, is it being implemented?
Thank you very much.
No, that policy is there. 1993. We will share the policy with the committee. Like I said, Canada decide to go deep.
So le Michael la go bankanya policy on in recent, because I know 1993 obviously as the custodian of that policy you should be making plans or to be recent.
Surely that's one of the things that we ought to do.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mulari.
Within his minister, the number that you have, there has been talk of merging parastatals to avoid duplicity of roles. Which ones have you targeted within your ministry to measure, and when is that likely to happen?
That was the decision that was taken by the past administration, right? And the ones that I do remember very well was merging of PIPA and BAOA. BAOA is the regulatory authority at the auditor. And Triple P, at some point, the three will be merged. But we said to PIPA, because they're the ones leading this, we said, yes, a decision was taken by the past administration. Now we have a new administration. We need to present this to them to see if they are aligned to the ideas that are contained in the recommendations, that study that was done by, evaluation report that was done by PEPA. They have already met with the Minister of Finance, because we said the starting point should be the Minister of Finance, because he's the one who's going to then present this to Cabinet and then Parliament. They have already presented to the Minister. He's happy with the recommendations. Then we draft a CAB memo to Cabinet to say, this were the recommendations. We propose or we go along the same lines so that if they do want to vary, they can do so. And I believe that will be then presented to Parliament. As to when that will be done, we don't have timelines as yet, but that's something that have to be done or will do with immediate effect.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Honorable Monari.
Thank you, Chairman. Accounting Officer. go se go le mosagile gore maphata ka bontsi ga kgone go duela ga gongwe go duela babereki ba e leng gore ko court go tile ba duelwe beanong go nna lebaka ba sa duelwe le di-projects tse e le gore di-consultants ga di duelwe. For example, if you take Moshopa primary school project, you know, the consultants didn't need more than a year up to now ga di se di duelwe. Tota ke mang o monitorang these ministries a ke lona le finance and ha ile gore ke lona, do you really monitor these projects and the payment tsa babereki? Example gape le the cost overruns. For example, ya Kanye Waterworks nile you overspendile ka 2.7 million.
Billion, actually.
Billion, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. You overspendile ka 2.7 billion. Minister wa lona mo go ne mathata ampo tlhaka no ye e playile part diff. Thank you, Chairman.
County officer.
Thank you, Honorable. Projects. These projects are implemented by the respective ministries. And all these ministries have respective and respectable accounting officers who report to their respective ministers. Where do we come in? We come in for budgeting. They present their budget estimates. We discuss, interrogate, budget. And then our responsibility is then to go out to source funds to fund this budget and give to the ministries. And then where we come in is at the tail end, the cost overruns, they are markers, they are twins. Because when we are presented with a payment voucher, it means the contracting ministry would have sat down with the contractor, discussed, agreed, or yes, you need to pay me extra this amount. Babu Basaina. Once it's presented to us, is a commitment that someone has already signed for. They don't have to consult us or here's a project, the cost overruns that they are going to go 2.7 billion, therefore, Larry Inkaku. It's a payment voucher that we need to process and pay. Because if we say no, that contractor or that company now has a legal instrument to say to court and say, "Kana ministry will sign, so our hands are tied." So on the monetary,
Honorable Chairman,
Yeah.
Kana tota tlhokomelo ya madi ke lona, and then like you rightfully say, you get involved from the onset. Ke lesa involved gape hela le ha se go ya go pheletso, so that this cost overruns about 2.7 billion. Le tsentse le itlhomoteng la re tlhalosang gore keng ile madi a kana kana, rather than coming at the end and listeners specifically ka se dira.
It will be an onerous undertaking for the Ministry of Finance to be monitoring all the projects that are ongoing. Because we trust that the accounting officers, they've been assigned at different ministries, will be able to monitor that. We trust that as they report to their respective ministers, the ministers will also keep an eye on that. But what have we done? We have said, since this is happening, there shall be no more supplementary budgets. 24-25, we didn't have any supplementary budget. We also said it in the budget speech that this year, no supplementary budget, because we realized that if we don't put a ceiling, things didn't. So as to monitoring on a continuous basis, I don't know if that's something that we can consider, but is it in terms of resource-wise, do we have the resources for the ministry to be following up on this project stage by stage?
Yeah, Chairman.
Consider.
Yeah, me accounting officer. A ga o bone gore me go na le weakness gone go. gore bo gona le seemo se e leng gore yaanong ministry ko one o nna o oketsa hela le contractora o tsewa gate rona le duela lona bo le duela ka gore you are committed to paying ka gore hetse go sign. I think there's a weakness there that must be addressed. Ha e lo ra se lona ba le tabo le ka approve this cost overruns. Mongwe somewhere really must be able to say, no, accounting officer, you can't do that. Akona madi.
Up on top of that, Chairman, if a project ilibukana, if the project ilibukana, cost overruns really tell le percentage in your. But if you go beyond that percentage, consult Minister of Finance, because law and not you must be very shocked and ashamed, not ashamed, concerned for a project of that type in the cost overruns at 2.7 million. So can't you put a ceiling for any given project? How only cost overruns? I just hit that percentage. How do you fit that percentage? Get consent or permission of the Minister of Finance. Then you are able to monitor in that case. How do we work a project? If cost overruns we need $1 million, $2 million, whatever figure, it could be reasonable, but not to the extent of 2.7 million. Billion.
Keep on saying million.
Can I call like billions? I get resident millionaire.
What train a billion?
2.7 billion. Madia Kanakan. Malawaneki, ha 2.7 billion. Only contractor. Hakatsum mo holonye. Wow, Tlala Hela Holo 2.7 billion accounting officer.
Yeah.
Thank you. Me no this is me or also am I not ashamed? I'm ashamed, and terribly so. That's why in the budget speech we make that a point. We actually picked that project, Yakai, 2.7 billion variation. And I must say that I do take your point. We need to tighten the screws because currently what is happening, or the scope variations are done by the line ministries in consultation with the National Planning Commission. So these are structures that we believe they should be able to interrogate these things. Otherwise, we need to change, and if it requires that the Minister of Finance be involved at each and every stage of the project, we'll consider doing so. Because we had believed that if the scope variation by the ministry is presented to the National Planning Commission, who are also, I believe, people, men and women of integrity, they should be able to question this and bring order to the way we do things. But what we have done, if you do cost overrun at 2.7 billion, it means ultimately you go back to Parliament to occupy the supplementary, because that we have exceeded the budget that we allocated. So we said no more budget, supplementary budgets. That's the first thing that we have done. But as per your advice, if there is a need for us to be close or intimately involved in the implementation of these projects, that's something that we'll consider. Point taken, say.
However, if there is need actually, or intervene insofar as scope variations are concerned. There is need. Scope variations because we're already contract hits by scope variation, and they can make a lot more money than they initially had budgeted.
1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Malwane rabotsa potso ha batho ba ministry ne baleha ono supervisor yo no project ye so re ba botsa because molao wa PPADB kana ona procurement o bua gore yone variation a sono re hit 25% e go temo molao ebe gorare ba re ha hit 25% ba ta go lona ya no go le ba gona le loophole gone ka gore go lona ha bate go kopa authority ba ta go lona gore le duele because PPADB ne reject that variation, then they came to you. So the regulator is refused, then there should be no loophole.
kana go go lebega ba signa hela ko le ministry go tso ba go bone ba re duela. So that's why I'm saying there is actually a need for Ministry of Finance to intervene insofar as scope variations are concerned. There should not be any question about it. Because you never madi, whenever you madi,
Let me ask the Accountant General to clarify this.
Thank you.
For a scope variation at the Samaja, where do we come in as the Ministry of Finance?
Accountant General, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Normally, cost overruns, you would allow 15%, and then of the contingency, and that you do without even going to the accounting officer to now vary the scope. So basically what happens is that if like the scope is now over the limit, you have to seek permission of the accounting officer. So you don't just continue with the project. You have to seek permission. So with the project ya Kanye, but I believe accounting officers' permission was sought and approval was made in terms of the procurement law.
So accounting officer can are 300% variation is still fine, and there's no consequence for that.
But the NPC, maybe those are the loopholes that we need to close. Because if you have structures that are supposed to provide oversight and something like this happens, and I listened to the clip as you were engaged in the Revenue Ministry, and I agree with the conclusion that this is a project that needs to be investigated, even if it means engaging forensic auditors to do it. Because the cost overrun of 2.7 billion actually, that's not how we should do things.
Chairman.
Ke rata ka ha buang ka teng. No ke lo spera lo go la go swabisa. Tota nna ne ke no le ke le ratile thata. Me ya no ka wa le owner, na lo rena re swabile thata. 2.7 billion is just too much.
But then what surprises ke hore most of the accounting officers, they're very nice people. They talk nicely, but there's no will to do good. There's no willpower to do the proper things. Because egarla hakamala halitzanaha really rare mekana sinane sense janaleja lebele nyaretla kurlo naira le bona 2.7 billion le bonyala gore no a go tswellela karone e kare ke gono le buang gore nyame le rona re swabile re tla dira sengwe. Had you not been here, were you going to act on it? 2.7 billion.
Ile rona bemba madi rona ba litsi o rateng go tsa gayo me o ka re dikgang tsa lona ke gore hantse re tae lebelela me hetsi kile ya buiwa ke ministera ya go parlamenteng. I'm surprised.
Yeah, me, Honorable, immediately we put a stop to supplementary budgets because they provided a leeway for accommodation of this, for accommodating this cost overruns. If you put a ceiling to say no more, or a moratorium to say no more supplementary budgets, the implementing ministries will know if they allow this to happen, they will not finish the project. And we are not budging on that. That's something that we did immediately. We didn't wait for to appear before the PAC to say we will do it. We are doing it.
I think he's talking in respect to this particular a project in Kanye.
Yeah, because it has happened. ke yone na re tsibosa le tse dingwe. It's not only yone e hela. You know, we might look at some other projects inside the cost overruns about 2 million and 3 million. No, this is nothing. But cumulatively is a lot of money. These are the leakages that we are talking about. Cumulatively is a lot of money.
Nana ke kopa gore chairman accounting officer a itebaganye le issue ya kanye. If you talk of accumulative figures, it's other projects, I think o tswa mo tseleng. A re bua ka 2.7 billion.
Now you got it, Honorable.
2.7 billion. 2.7 billion. Ne le ko kae?
Yeah, me ke re ya rebile honorable. Gore kana gona di structure tse leng gore ha gona le scope variation. Ke di structure tse leng gore ke ona tshwantse gore ba lebelele. Ba ikgotsogatse gore amid this scope variation ya tlhokagala kgotsa jang. Ba o ba dumalana ko engage in the contractor. Yeah, no. Highlights and even now the contracting ministry in consultation with the NPC, they agreed to the scope variation. This is the amount. Who sign a payment voucher, we pay. But then we pause and say, is this how to do things? What can we do immediately? Immediately, let's stop supplementary budgets.
Chairman, nane ke sa batle gore o nne o itshwarele ka supplementary budget. This has happened. Gore go diragetse. And therefore, batho ba ba go dirileng, they're just going to go scot-free like that. Gore, na re tsa gore this is a serious matter. Madi a government, madi a setšhaba, a ile ko kontrakeng 2.7 billion. Na re tsa gore nka be le setse le tlhotlhomisitse le bone gore phoso ga ya diragala gone ya.
Yes.
Mage ke riane ke re ko wena ha o le ko teng go finance o ntsha madi a kana go te ke di cost overrun. Mo sa le mo gore o ka re di figure tse tsa scope variation di border mo criminality. Ke ra wena ha o lebile hello pele ha o ntsha madi a puso. Go ka dieganyana ebile pele ha o ntsha because we leave the figure that are involved.
I listened attentively to your engagement, honorable members, the ministry responsible, wherein the accounting officer indicated that this Lebonena Abatswenya, they have since reported this to the DCEC for investigation. It is a matter that I or we at the Ministry of Finance can not speculate and say, or say for certain that this is fraud. But there are indications or signs that that could be the case. Therefore, if the contracting ministry has already reported to the DCEC for investigation, I would plead with you to please wait for the outcome of that, because we cannot run a parallel investigation. The contracting ministry will report to investigate.
When was this reported, accounting officer?
Progress. As we wait, he has asked us to wait. As we wait, let's progress to another question, because he has also admitted that this is embarrassing, to say the least, and it could have elements of criminality, but then let's leave it to the competent authority to decide. I think we can progress.
Before let's see, they are waiting for the end of project report. So I report.
Or reporter.
No, but can I about the contracting?
No, actually.
The statement you are saying differs fundamentally to what the ministry told us. So I will report the law report. Hence my question, large chairman and Kaula. Hence my question, who report the laying? Not necessarily 25 saying who's put the laying. This year, last year,
Let me say maybe I thought when she appeared before yourselves, she said this issue has been reported to the DCEC. But I'll follow this up. But I'm being reminded here by the officers, by officers here from the ministry, that when the request for payment landed in our offices, this matter was interrogated. They engaged water utilities, even the ministry, to say, where is this variation coming from? But at that time, government was already committed. We had signed. The accounting officer who signed with the contractor to say, we are going to pay you this much, had already made an obligation, had already committed government to paying this. We do not at that point have any leg to stand on to say, as Minister of Finance, we're not going to pay, because that agreement was legally binding. So is all the rest of the legal, the contracts. It's up to us to say, let's follow it up, report the investigate. I thought I had the accounting officer who reported, let me withdraw those words and say, we will follow this up and see to it that can report. And also check with the recently appointed forensic auditors, or is this project one of those that are going to interrogate?
Yeah, I think we make progress, yes.
Yes, we make progress, Chairman, but before I get to my second question, part of the first question was the Moshopa Primary School, where consultants were not paid for more than a year, was Babireki ba Kotirle Mbaduel. So I think you didn't touch on those.
No, I can assure you, Honorable, that the oldest invoice, outstanding invoice that still remains to be paid is one that was submitted to us 3 March this year. And that's payment for the Kolui, police vehicles and the like. And we said, as we ration, we play a game of chess. You walk in the office in the morning, but outstanding payments are here. You prioritize. We said, we made a determination or payment otherwise we have to prioritize other payments. So, we haven't received
that is the oldest.
That is the oldest.
So it could not be true that other people
yes, the ministry submit the for payment. That we wouldn't know.
DCD submit go.
DCD submit go for payment. Okay. Otherwise, the oldest carry 3 how much.
Let's progress, Honorable Naring, to another question. In your second.
Can I, Chairman, as members of this committee and also members of Parliament, MPs, people do talk to us. There's a letter here that has been forwarded to me, and I don't think the person was wrong. They are owed more than 900,000 as a Motswana, good company Motswana. And this has taken 13 months. It has taken 13 months. They are not yet paid. So, how would the level of the deposit sale either it's more directly and put it more, but when they are really concerned. And the person, as the managing director, sent me this letter in a year ministering. So I think there's no truth in you saying the last in Eliadi Kolui. This consultant has not been paid for 13 months.
No.
Exactly. I say submit ko finance. Anyway, you have the liberty to pursue the matter with him, even beyond this engagement. I want us to move.
Yeah, let's move. Let's move fast.
Sorry, before we move, this is a case here. If you forward the letter to us, then we can trace or payment the For sure, I cannot lie under oath and say the oldest invoice how much was a naira. We pay what has been submitted to us, and the old SK3s are how much. If you can forward the letter to us, we can trace it. Ministry, the contracting ministry.
I'm almost certain gore mahoko a gago a tilo dira gore batho bangwe ba bue le lona ba le bantsinyana ba ba reng no na invoice ya me na le 10 months ya me na le 11 months. I think you don't na le di-customer tse dintsi thata tse di di bua le lona ka di-invoice. But anyway, second question, Honorable Mare.
Second question, Mr. Chairman. With we are experiencing inflated tenders, ghost projects, balloon allowances, and many other maladministration. Officers who do this kind of mischievous acts, in my mind, and I don't eat anything. Maybe give an example of you may not give names, but in a case modela puso na tseelwa dikgato ka gore ga a dirisa madi a gormente sentle mme a mebile mo go yone eo gongwe o heta ka ya 50 billion o sampeng a go to o kolota BDF 500 million di amphasamisa 500 million. Okay.
Honorable, maladministration, inflated tenders, and the like. I believe when we see, actually, this is our responsibility, collective responsibility. If we see signs of maladministration, when we see signs of tshenyetso setšhaba, we have the DCEC to report to, and that is done. People do that, and DCEC, they do investigate. After investigating the Khansaten, the hell lakai. We know of cases enough. But we also have cases for those that administratively we can deal with in-house. Some people have been relieved of their jobs. They've been made to repay government. But if you are specifically talking about the big projects, like the one that we have been talking about, it is one thing to suspect that there was a fraudulent activity, and quite a different thing to ascertain that indeed there was a fraudulent activity. Suspicion might cause investigation. It is only after investigation that you can say for sure that yes, there was maladministration or there was no arrears or such. I may not be aware of any big person, or if I did, I would not be at liberty to say it's Mama Ngurile. But we know of the investigations at DCEC. I don't know whether DCEC would appear before you at any point during this. They did appear. I think they will be in a better position to say, of all the cases that we are investigating as DCEC, something like that. I hope I've answered that question to your satisfaction. But the 500 million BDF, yes, we are aware of that. There's this outstanding payment there, and we know that there is also an ongoing case. The former soldiers, the that case is that the negotiations are. The case is ongoing. And the commander and I were asked to appoint or to look for somebody to come and do the calculations totally so that we don't just focus on the 500 million. But why have we not paid the 500 million to date, given the budgetary constraints that we alluded to? For these people, initially they were awarded 1.5 billion. And then this 500 million then we'll be able to to pay. We continue to engage with the PDF commander. He has been to my office twice or thrice where we talked about this thing. I made him to appreciate or since he appreciates them, not to say it brings comfort to those who ought to be paid. It doesn't. But the reality on the ground is that it's tough. The game of chess that we are trying to play in order to balance these payments as against the revenue is a tough one. Where do you prioritize? Somebody comes and says, Kana di patela, and I'm saying this, Permanent Secretary of Health working in and say, Kana, we owe di patela, we have about 600 patients. They're on dialysis 3 times a week. We owe hospitals and are threatening to switch off their machines. Somebody walks in, Permanent Secretary of Basic Education, and says, the classroom, and you look at the total requirement in terms of, financial requirements, and you look at what you have, most patching, you realize you cannot accommodate all of this. That's a game of chess that we are playing. Somebody has said to me, there's us, you keep on saying, I want to mad. Yes, we do. Why? Failure to pay. The government is the largest employer, over 130,000 employees. If you look at the loan book of commercial banks, more than 60% of those loans are to households. You fail to pay salaries 1 month, they fail to service their loans. That's the collapse of the financial system. So that's the balancing act that we try to engage in on a daily basis, not to say, let's say, 500 million. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry. E botlhokwa thata ka gore commandara o ne a supa gore ene tota mo dikgang tsa batho ba hetseng ba seko se sole a tsene mo go tsone. Minister State President ena ba re nya mekgang ya teng e lebe ga e ka arabiwa ko wena. And wena wa e araba tsatsi eno gore le one masole ko ba leng teng ba utlwe gore me 500 million go ngwene o kile a budgetelwa mme ka go tlhoka madi ga la kgona gore le ba duele la ba kolota. Thank you very much.
My last question,
The last question.
The third one, sir. Before I get to it, Warabile, I'm not satisfied, to be honest. Give an example, Kolikilen Latza Kato, Hamudela Puso, Asan, Drisamadi Agreement. You are referring us to DCEC. But we are talking about your ministry in particular. So I thought you would give me a couple of examples, but I already hit the chairman. Kana total sensore le gakolle government accounting officer le mo gakolle ka cost cutting measures le gakolla gore nya me are cutting halele issue ya tantabala e le gore le nna ke a go ya mogela very soon 1,800 pula. Do you think what Tautona lady minister had said le mo puso now le rona ka le MP yana I think rala assurance for 5 years re tla be re le mo parlamenteng unless one dies. Do you think re tlhoka madi a thata under the current financial situation? Kore 1,800 a tsena mo accounting yame mme motho mongwe ene e le monana a sotlega a senka 500 pula gore a tle ga borona a tle go tisa di-documents tsa gago tsa go applyela tiro maybe nna ke le mo parlamente ministera Tautona wa maloba lo wa gompieno be ba tsaya 1,800. Do you think this doesn't need to be reviewed? Accounting
officer?
There is a government position versus my position. Is that what you're asking, Honorable? The government position ke hore batho ba duele 1.8 boti. My position is that this kind of benefits, social benefits, grants, you name it, even subsidies in the agricultural sector and so forth, we need to undertake a thorough review and pay on the needs basis. Let me give an example. Because when about what we are going about the world, I didn't like one about the Tandabala, Kimoimate. Taya, the leakage in Ragalan agriculture. What are you sorry? Or regular pay, or regular fertilizer. Would you lot recker? Will you miss our measure? Obo duel. Walk around those Massimo. Is it really difficult to identify those people who are into farming? So a lot needs to be done in that area, and indeed we have stated in the budget speech of those are the things that we are going to look into. Like I said earlier, maybe in the past we're not paying attention to all these things because 10 billion today, who do you same way? 20 billion was so we were blindsided by all this. But there were signs, and I would put this responsibility to all of us, not any particular individual. We had signs during the global financial crisis where dependence on diamonds was not sustainable. We did not sell diamonds in November and December 2009. We could see foreign exchange reserve dropping drastically. But fortunately, the recovery was quick. By then, we had in the GIA close to 20 billion pula. We were happy. We were relevant. Coronavirus came. We had about 20 billion in the GIA. We survived because we had buffers. But those were the signs, Honorable, that yes, all these things we need to sit down and say, do we really need this? And I'll put this through to you. I know this is PAC, but let it go Parliament. These policies, they need to be interrogated or on a needs basis. What is it that we can do to save this country? Because this country is for us all, not for any particular individual.
Yeah. GIA. It's a mahaga. I didn't think we got home. Kill them all over out. 3.5 billion. 3.5 billion.
May outstanding nearly 3.5 billion. Hartaquan. Harley Muslim Rataquan, Wari, Ubatoviza, Baduela loan, short term loan rates removing was 2.8 billion. So 3.5 minus 2.8, that should give you 1.7 billion that is remaining.
No, not 1.7.
No, 7. No,
7.
3.5 minus 2.8. Yeah.
You're talking 700 million. So you're talking 700 million.
You're talking 700 million. Yeah. Mind you, salaries are coming next week. And salaries month, we are looking at a wage bill of 2.5 billion pula against 700 million.
How are you going to play your chess?
We'll play the chess.
You will play the chess?
We'll try and play the chess. We have been playing that.
The nation is assured that you'll play the chess.
We'll play the chess. Whether we win the game or not is another matter.
Okay. Honorable Holahol, you are in a situation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can you call your house to order, sir?
The house is in disorder or in disarray.
No, it's in order.
You're called to order.
Thank you very much. Dumela Rekhanetsano, Dumela Accountant General. Yes, I think you've had a very lengthy discussion on the current situation. However, from your own executive summary, you've highlighted Salem Maitlamo Alona, Salem Maikemisets or Lemaikarabelo. What stands out for me is that
you are committed to promoting transparency, maintain fiscal discipline, and also ensuring prudent management of public funds. However, earlier with the issue that was raised by Ramonageng, it was quite the contrary to this statement. So you ensure prudent management of public funds. How super Lona, you just pay as and when a request or order comes to you. The Kenya project isn't the only one. Like you had rightfully said, or there are other leakages. Would you still maintain, or with that admission, and with what we uncover as we examine different ministries, would you say your ministry is actually playing its role effectively, such that Botswana would believe or le tshwere tiro ka maikarabelo a la supileng?
Honorable, re tshwere tiro ka matsetseleko. We provide guidelines. We have put structures in place. The question would be, is it enough? Clearly, from the examples that we have cited, examples before us, admission is not enough. We need to do more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How often in your tshwaretiro ka matsetseleko do you ever reconcile your books?
The frequency of consider.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Member, as I said earlier, reconciliation is done on a daily basis. But I think I should also preface to say all the government transactions, they are online in GAPS. And every month end, before the 15th of the following month, when things are working well, we then post the monthly information for ministries to do the reconciliations. But since August 2023, we had a gap, and currently we are catching up. We are reconciling, so that we can upload the January 2024, so that we can complete the 2023-24 accounts, and then from there we'll then move over to the 2024-25 accounts. So this is work ongoing because of that hiccup we had with the system.
Kanjan General, how often do you reconcile your books? You just updated this gathering here that money went out as you were coming down here. How often do you reconcile your books?
I'll repeat, Honorable Member, every day reconciliations are done. But I had said there are transactions coming from prior to 2004, which are still outstanding. Thank you.
So what is the purpose of doing your reconciliation on a daily basis? Why do you have to reconcile your books on a daily basis? Is it because of your prudent financial management objective?
Honorable Member, I don't know how to answer you, honestly.
Earlier on, I stated before I came in, they point out to cost overruns and all that. That is why the question now, how often do you reconcile your books? You said every day. The next question is, why do you have to reconcile your books on a daily basis? What is the purpose for that?
Yeah, let's try and respond to this question this way. When you reconcile your books, we would have received invoices due for payment, right? And then you look at what you actually paid. Do the figures tally? That reconciliation does not speak to cost overruns. It's making reference to this invoice, let's call it 2.7 billion Pula invoice, which is sitting in this office that is due for payment. Then they process the payment, we pay. Like when we are coming here, we knew that there was 2.8 billion to be paid to Bank of Botswana, together with other invoices. By close of business, when we do read the reconciliation, say, no, we had 10 invoices amounting to this much, and then indeed these invoices were paid. This is the total. That would not address the issue of overpayment. The issue of overpayment ought to be contained somewhere else, because like we said, the contracting ministry would have sat down with the contractor together with the National Planning Commission for scope variations and agreed that the scope variation was necessary.
Yes.
Signed.
Nekeha example ya cost overruns. Potso still remains or me can lira reconciliation on a daily basis. Just give an answer to that.
You know,
it's simple.
We paid what was due to be paid, as per the invoices that were brought to us.
I mean, what was difficult to give that answer? Then the question would be, because we've noticed in many ministries, if not all of them, only overpayment, especially that of salaries, which has a negative impact more whenever Bereki and the government pass. Would your reconciliation not be able to pick this challenge that ministries are facing?
No, not at all. Because when we talk about overpayment of salaries, we did discuss what the a voucher would have been presented to us to say, "Kitse di salary kitse." Kante mo teng ho ba raro kana ba 4 ba ileng gore ba le ba resign maabane, and the records have not been updated, and we would pay. The reconciliation that we okay, maabane we are paying salaries. A mo le mo na le mo listing o duetse maidan sontso ra duela a kodilweng ho. Aba duelwa. Later, then we realized, kante 2 days ago or 3 days ago, so the reconciliation again would not stop the overpayment of salaries if it happens in that manner.
But then there's a problem here because part of this overpayment, somebody can be overpaid over 100,000. So clearly this doesn't happen in one incident or in one payment. It is consistent. So are you saying your reconciliation, your systems that are in place are not up to picking some of these, what would call very basic challenges?
Earlier on, I made reference to manually driven processes. When government is huge, we are talking about officers in far areas as the furthest area that we can think of from here. That person who and then the accounting officer there, the boss there has to report to the regional office. Regional office then follow that process up until is no longer there. By the time yes, those overpayments, it's about 2 months, could have occurred because of the lengthy process, which we admit our systems are manually driven. If they were automated and immediately somebody resigns or the officer or go parakarungu wherever log into the system or and then the systems really interconnected, really interfaced, the automation will help do that.
So you would say the problem largely lies with your ministry, your overpayment that comes from ministries.
No, not with my ministry. Our ministry has to be informed.
So what happens if ministers don't inform you then?
If they don't inform us, they will fail to perform their duties.
But you say your mandate is to ensure there's prudent management of public funds.
Let me allow the accountant to elucidate. But you know, ensuring prudent management doesn't mean micromanaging. Doesn't mean hurry. At all times, we take responsibility away from the ministries. We provide guidelines. We say, please, when somebody resigns or Aswamutiro, inform us on time so that we stop. Because they are the ones who generate casualty returns for us to pay. So really, yes, there could be some areas where we need to close the loopholes, but to entirely say it's the Ministry of Finance that is failing, I think that's unfair because we work with many other people. We have the guidelines.
May I? Mr. Chairman, may I supplement what the PS has just said? Taking into account the time that takes for instructions to reach our office, we have decentralized what we call payroll inputs. That is the instructions to make changes to the payroll. They are no longer, since last year, they are no longer only done in Gaborone. We have decentralized to Francistown, Maun, and also Joanne, and Palape, so that people within the vicinity, they can submit, inputs there, and then they are captured in GAPS so that we shorten, the time that used to take for somebody from Shakawi to, initiate an instruction. And then, as the PS said, it then takes a long route until it reaches us maybe after 3 months or so. So after this, we'll then decentralize further to the revenue offices, which are 34 across the country. And then ultimately, we'll then have these now been done online by the initiating ministries. So these are the, I would say, future plans to address issues of salary overpayments. Thank you.
So if these are future plans, what is this new structure that you gave reference to that you are going to implement this time around, this financial year?
No, we have offices in those areas where inputs, as we speak, they are submitted there.
But my question is with the accounting officer. Perhaps it will take care of what you just said, because he reported that there's a new structure that is going to be implemented this financial year. Can you take us through that?
The new structure on what?
It's in your report.
Some Ministry of Finance?
Yeah.
No, you are relating it to payment. So the structure is just
no, payment is just one of the examples that I picked from.
I think
from the interaction you had earlier on with others.
No, the question was not.
So can we deal with the new structure?
The new structure is still work in progress. We are of the view that the structure that we are operating on might not be fit for purpose. So what we have done, in view of the emerging challenges, what we have done is that we consulted the IMF. The IMF team came recently. They engaged us, different departments. First, they undertook to understand how we are structured currently, whether the structure that we currently have is fit for us to implement the mandate. They have since produced a report with their recommendations. the report that we are currently interrogating. Once we have done that, we will then report back to them. Well, these are our views in relation to your suggestions or recommendations. But it doesn't end there, because that structure that then we say we land on, we have to present it to the upper panel, which is chaired by the PSP. The upper panel will have a say on it to say, is it agreeable, or are they agreeable to it or not? So that's where we are. We are still interrogating that report. Just to make an assessment there, as an organization, over time and again, you have to look at your structure, refresh it, look at the emerging challenges, see whether that structure is fit for purpose. That's exactly what we are doing, because we don't have to assume the structure that was designed or put some years ago still today is fit for purpose.
You stated that it is beginning this financial year. What will be the cost implication in the implementation of such a structure?
Yes, we are not there yet, because the cost implications will come after we have looked at the recommendations and this is what we adopt. If it calls for additional positions, or if it calls for shrinking of positions, we are not there yet. But what if it calls for increase in positions? That's where the cost implications will come in. That's to whether we need extra money to run with the structure, or if it says in these areas you are overpopulated, reduce it, it will mean less money. So we are not there yet. We haven't made that determination yet.
Is there any correlation or relationship between this new structure and the accrual project that loan started as early as 2013?
Accrual project, it was accounting.
No, there's no relationship.
Can you kindly take us through and give us an update on the accrual project, and whether it is a project still ongoing, and the cost implications, were there people trained to partake in the transition?
Thank you, sir. I think details will be submitted, and I think in the executive summary we have talked about accrual project. The project started, as you said, way back in 2014, phase one, and it was due to be completed in 2016. But then there was a pause, and then we resuscitated in 2018 up to today. And where we are, we've had some challenges. One of it was to generate opening balances. And then in 2023, because the system was not there, we could then progress the work on compilation of opening balances. Now we are at a point whereby we are going to also relook at the project, rationalize it so that we can have maybe immediate outputs that can be achieved in a short space of time. That is breaking the project into smaller chunks. And then also what we are looking at is also having a system that would generate opening balances.
Did you train personnel for this transition exercise?
Yes. When the project started, there was, I would say, awareness was done. And then the view that we took was that we should train people for the areas that we know that they are going to implement. So what we had targeted was the payables, receivables, and assets. That those are the ones that should start with. And then in 2023, we were working with Botswana Defence Force, especially on the issue of assets, so that we could generate opening balances for the assets.
Honorable Paul Hall, gravitate towards the conclusion, please.
The person responsible or coordinating this project, at what level in terms of the pay structure are they at?
The coordination for the accrual project was at the Deputy Permanent Secretary level.
Was or still is?
Still is.
Okay. My last question, back to quick, the variation. Would you not say, as part of your prudent management of funds, your ministry is responsible for monitoring the expenditure of projects?
Honorable, I thought we had adequately addressed this issue. Any scope variation, for starters, project implementation is done at ministry level. 2, any scope variation, the line ministries in consultation with the NPC would consider that. That is the current structure. And we made an admission that yes, maybe that is not enough. But I also made reference to what we have done so far as a ministry in order to try and cap or to try and stop this tendency of cost overruns by way of supplementary budgets, but that may not be enough. So these are the structures. We'll engage with the relevant ministries, the National Planning Commission, leakage. What is it that we need to do to make sure this do not happen? One of the things, Honorable, is that what we have realized in our interrogation of these matters, certain projects, the ministry, they take on these projects before they're even ready to implement. If it's more budgeting, go do a feasibility study. Just an estimate on your project. But the moment they sit down and do the feasibility studies and interrogate, this amount that we budgeted for has all. Or alternatively, this leads to delays in project implementation. How so sign the contract we are going to deliver this project in 6 months? And if the delays are on your part, when only ministry, you have to pay the contractor. So we are saying to ministries there ought to be project readiness, thorough investigation, like the famous 2.7 water project. Like I said, I listened. And the question was, why was this not done before budgeting or even before contracting? That's a loophole that needs to be closed. So it speaks to project readiness. Were they ready to implement this project before they could do the thorough assessment? But these are the things that we need to interrogate and close the loopholes.
Yep. Thank you very much, County Officer. The last time we moved at this pace, we took the whole day to examine a ministry. So I think after the break, we've got to quicken our pace a little bit. It's only going to be 20 minutes, and then we come back. Thank you very much. ke tsa gore ka simolola we will now give Honorable Mabel the opportunity to engage with the accounting officer. Honorable Mabel.
Thank you so much, Chairman. PS, I'm happy to meet with you, sir. Fita ka bona konyana before ke tsena mo dipotso go na le engwe e ke tsang gore e re ka feta ka bona bona go ela ra re cha ga se potso o molukutlhe ke cha fela
nya gona cha ke potso a re tswele
a go bolele go buiwa gore bo minister ba na le selo ga the dog allowance. Is this true, and how much is it?
a ke tswa lwa itse bo rra dog allowance na ke ba buditse ba itatotse
rona re lebella green book ga re e bone mo teng.
Oh, ga le bone gore ga yone le propaganda fela
ga re itse re tswa kae kana motho o kgona go bua selo gongwe a bonye sengwe go gongwe ana ba sa tlhalose re se bua mo green book ga e.
Okay. Okay. Enya me ke wetse ya kre yo ne ke re chafe.
nya ke potso ya ntlha go ahead sir go ahead
PS batho ba ke buile le bona ba go itseng le ba o berikile le bona le ba gompieko ba bua gore o botlhale thata. I'm very happy about that. Apparently you are brilliant. I'm really happy gore we have a brilliant leader ko Ministry of Finance. Le ba bangwe ke bua yana ke bona ba fumra go ba riana ke a nametsega se so I'm very grateful about that. I want to understand something. How really go ministry in January? How kile wana le staff meeting? Kila kopana le staff, general staff meeting.
Several meetings.
You've had several.
First week I met with the executive committee, and then I've been meeting with department by department, so just to understand and appreciate what they are going through, their mandate, and the so that we could address them.
So you've met the average people, even drivers, cleaners, everyone?
Drivers, cleaners. We met. The last group was the cleaners, I think. Yeah.
Okay. You are very brilliant. I'm very happy about that. Me, I will talk about the welfare of people, the welfare of your workers. Umosha ufkela dilo dingwe, ukila ukela kanyadi assimilation ya di secretaries. Ukila ukela kanyadi assimilation za di secretaries, ibile some of them went to court and they won their case. Elor basanzaba kultiwa from 2017. Are you aware of such?
The secretaries is one group that I'm still to meet. Yes. I postponed their meetings several times. What I've realized going on, sometimes, a diary, you say you'll a meeting house and there's another meeting. I'm still to meet with them. I guess they'll bring that to my attention. For now, I still haven't heard of it.
It hasn't been brought to your attention. Who's your DPS corporate services? Okay, Utemfa. DPS o mmolelela gore a dire tiro ya gagwe. Tiro ya gagwe ke go tlhokomela babereki le staff welfare. Tiro ya gagwe ke gore o tshwanna tshwantse re ka ba go briefile from the word go ga o tsena. These people have been waiting for the issue to be addressed since 2017. It's 2025. Unfortunately, Umosha, I have expected her to have briefed you got this issue ya the secretary, because the issue the secretary di tlogetse go morago. Secretary ga di ready.
Oh, okay. I'm reading a note here. The secretary is under DPSM. But what I had promised by I'm gathering information ultimately, after I've concluded the consultation process within the ministry, then my next stop will be the director DPSM to say, Bonakana umuhiri babiriki balaka sele waring. Can you help us address this? Thank you.
Please.
So the secretary, it falls on the table of the director
DPSM.
DPSM.
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. So me ke tsa gore ga re kopana next time me go PC the secretary it waits. And then C1 scale wa gore DPSM gape ba bantsi batho ba gago mo C1 scale ba ileng gore ba kgobokane foo. What is your plan?
Ba bantsi ke a itse ke kopanye le bona. You know, the problem with the pyramid structure, at the bottom you have a heavy load. As you go up, it narrows down. It means batho C1, the large number go work number go godimo. How you go godimo has this structure is narrow. It means there are only a few positions there, and they will progress as and when there is a vacancy. Without vacancies, what have a progress? La di bule ha di vacancy, it cannot accommodate, or they cannot accommodate many of them within a short period of time. So by idea how, which is a fact. And now no re twa ke re DPSM ya no ngana re ke riana.
Wena bua nnete he.
Nnete ke gore gona le se DPSM is dira. O kila ga bua ka, I don't remember the terminology. What did it say? The fan shape structure. Moving from this pyramid to a fan shape, to say if we adopt the fan shape structure, people can then move. Progress especially when we see one. And my understanding is that that fan shape has been put on hold temporarily due to financial implications or financial constraints. Let me put it that way.
May I make a follow-up on it? Hone me PS, hona le kanye ya wage bill ya government gore ke ya balloon, and then you are saying DPSM we bata go tsenya fan shape, and then there are financial constraints. On the other hand, you are saying the structure as a pyramid, it needs to open up. Rare ngoloha really government in terms of one wage bill, fan shape, pyramid. Lona lele Ministry of Finance, are you amenable to or fan shape in that day?
You know, there are several conflicting demands. All of them really genuine. When someone says I've been in the same position for the past 20 years, that's a genuine concern. And when the employer says, you can only move up when only opening go with him, that's a fair comment. Then how then do we accommodate this? Obviously, when you try and adopt your FN shape, it has financial implications. Where are you going to get the money from? Hence the reason why we said in our engagements, recent engagements with World Bank, we need experts to come in and interrogate the wage bill. We can shave off the fat and be able to accommodate the move towards this fan shape, or any other adjustment that we may wish to make to address the staff concerns. Surely, nobody will be happy to be in the same position for 20 of. But again, we cannot ignore the financial constraints that we have before us. So there are conflicting demands that ought to be addressed, but where we end up as a balance or as a compromise, we should all be aware that not everybody is going to be happy. And as a leader, sometimes you ought to take tough decisions, even if you become unpopular. Because even in this room, if I were to be your leader in this room, at the end of the day, we have to settle for what we believe works for us. And I'm not promising any miracles. I'm not promising for once we engage the DPSM, everything will be sorted, everybody will be happy. That would be a lie. Somewhere, someone is going to be hurt by the decision, but if it's what works for the country,
Yeah, let's, Honorable Madam.
Okay, PS. Please, let's come up with something that will work for them. Some of them have been C1 for the past 15 years. Even worse, especially accountant general. How come when I was training plan, but accountant general, kana other departments go lebega le gore le sokametse thata ko ministry headquarters ke bone ba yang training. Why are you not training your young accountants ba ko accountant general le jalo? Why bone ba tlogetswe ebile ga ba promotiwe ga ba trainiwe? Some of them have been with your department for the last almost 20 years now. They have never ever been trained, not even once. Maybe to ba bua se bua ni ko training.
Training. Allow me not to maybe try and respond to what happened in the past, because we want to move forward. As I was engaging staff in the ministry, the issue of training, promotion, those issues came up. With particular reference to training, my response was, I wish we could train everybody as we begin a new chapter in this ministry and move forward. And then I explained to them what was happening, the state of our public finances. One young man raised his hand and said, "PS, I want to be part of the solution." And he said, "I guess I'm speaking on behalf of my colleagues. Yes, we value training, but from what you have said, I think for now we can suspend training and focus on the bigger picture of rebuilding the buffer so that when we move forward, at least we have something that we can depend on or rely on," which was a welcome admission by the young young employee in the ministry. Of course, here I'm informed that in 2018, there was training, mass training. Mass training was 2018, I think that was the last, but that's not enough. So I agree with you. I also believe in training. I also believe in staff welfare. So the best that we can do, we'll do it. But like I said, I'm not going to promise miracles and say at the end of the day, everybody will be happy, but we'll try.
Me ba ikisa skoleng bone la ba recognize ha ba tswa kwa go tatana o ikisitse wena.
Those recognize you, and there's guidance ya gore tota mme ha o ikisa sekolong, please choose a course e leng gore irrelevant. O ska dira course e leng gore it's not relevant, ha o tswa gore ka gore ke train you, therefore I need to be recognized. That's the reason why when they do this, they have to consult their supervisors. But se ka se ba lebisisane kgang gore nya me e irrelevant jang. So we do recognize.
Yes, arwe ka baba mo banking hall. Ba kae ka palo ba receive di voucher tse kae ba expect or ba process di voucher tse kae in a day.
On a the issues.
Ke na di issue tse dintsi right, so ke re la ya lo la gambe go ga ke ikutle sentle. Ke na di issue tse dintsi thata.
Banking hall
ba go tlhatlheletse honorable.
Ra ba berekile.
I have the Accountant General here. I don't have the statistics. Accountant General.
Thank you, PS. In the banking hall, we have about 20 full-time employees, and then 12 interns. That is those that are on internship. Now, as regards how many vouchers do we pay? On sort of average, it's about 2,000.
How many do you receive?
It differs. At times, this is distorted because ministries work at times over the weekend, and then Monday they will submit main. But generally, we would receive about 3,000 if you average out.
3,000?
Yes.
Not more than that. I've got the statistics.
No, I say average.
Fire. I can really tell the truth.
No, I don't have actual statistics.
I can see you don't have them. They are way more than that. They are way more than that. Bana ba lela ba sokola ba bereka ka bothata. PS ke kopa gore o tsena go banking hall, engage them, talk with them, understand their work. they are overwhelmed. Ga ba tswa fa gape ana ba nelwa 15% kana ba nelwa 15% will commuted allowance.
No, sir, they don't get committed.
Do they?
Allowance.
So they can sign for overtime.
Yes, sir, if it is authorized.
If it's authorized.
Yes.
Please, someone go banking hall. They are not very happy. And ba tshwere ka bokete ba bereka ka bokete thata. Le dipalo tsa bone gore ba kae mo teng ke itumela ka fo di buileng ka teng. I've got everything like I said. Go na le bothata go banking hall. Please help them.
No, we are aware, sir, honorable member, and
Aware is another issue. What are you doing about it?
there's staff constraints. Like I said, there's only 20, and then what we have done, like in the past, we have set up an office at the Ministry of Finance, and as and when we have, I wouldn't want to say available manpower, because even at ministries, they are not enough. So as and when we recall people from officers from ministries to come and assist.
Fire, I agree with you. P.S. We need a new approach. We need to do things differently. I'm very happy that let that brilliance, let it go to try and reform some of these things and see how we can try and make it conducive. I admit we may not be able to solve everything, but please, we from Accountant General, the matata raflitsing. But what about solutions? Or attempts to fixing these things? That's what I want to hear. I want us to think differently, to think afresh, to approach things differently. Please.
Noted, Honorable. Once we fully appreciate the nature of the problem, then we can then work out on the solution. Like I said earlier on, our systems are manually driven. Hence the reason why you find that something that could be done easily, you talk about wabaniti. But with automation, some of these things can be done with ease. It doesn't require wabaniti to dira. But we are very slow in Botswana generally in adopting to new technologies. Our systems, how often do we go to Mapata without the system went down on the internet? Sometimes we try and say, okay, let's automate. The next thing, the whole week, you are not doing anything because the system went down. So this requires a holistic approach. I'm happy that the Ministry of Communications and Innovation, they've undertaken to try and improve the basic, IT infrastructure to support this automation thing. So hopefully, I don't know when, hopefully we can find ourselves really fully automated so that we ease the pressure on people, and as well as avoid some of the problems that come, the errors that come with human intervention.
Overtime. Yes, correct. There are some departments in almost any other ministry or come what me, whether you like it or not. People will work overtime. But if it has to be authorized, every time it has to be authorized, what if there is need for an extra hour or 2 hours to complete the day's job, and it's not authorized? When you talk of authorization, you are saying before they work overtime, they have to be authorized again. And then, you are supposed to finish the job, you can't finish it, it's an overtime. King, let's have the committed allowance here 15% it was not even an issue. Why can't you give those stuff that you know? When Parliament is sitting, it is automatic that they are going to work overtime, whether they like it or not. So, we're not about Parliament sikisi ya ka go tuletswe ka sikisi ne ene tiro ya go sa le e tshwana go ema ka 4:30. Why don't you make these things gore di nne motlhogo bana ba ska ba bereka ka tshokolo ka re at the end of the day go lebega go gongwe ba e direkile jalo ebe go gana go duelwa ka gore it was not authorized, but there was need for overtime.
Ibile ke motlatsa sorry PS ibile ke motlatsa bone tota ba kopa yone 15% commuted ba kopa yone because ga bana overtime, but almost daily they find themselves working outside of the normal working hours so that ba pushe tiruentsi e ba itshwereng. So tota bone le ba senkele go 15% and go and engage them and see and understand the conditions they ba bereka mo go tsone tse di hesha gore ba bereke outside of the hours.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable. The authorization overtime, Honorable, is not a lengthy process. Can I what have to say? Supervisor there's going to be need for overtime. Have I authorized that? Even verbally, as long as there's somebody who can attest, can net fire on overtime. Why is that important? It's important because we don't want to open this to abuse. And it has happened wherein somebody or some people take advantage of the looseness of the frameworks of mutaba fila former overtime. You will feel on overtime Christmas. How was all Christmas no legay? No tells the lemang Abarusu. We tell candidate wasn't the figure a date because which was used to. Authorization is key so that we avoid or we don't open this to abuse. So 15%, 15%, maybe we can talk of a different percentage, but 15% for people who at the lower ranks cannot have 15% of a basic salary. If you take 15% of somebody earning, say, 3,000, that's a small amount. But the Haberka overtime authorized, they can actually get more than the 15%. 15% was meant to cap the cost of overtime, because if you take people at the higher level, some of them come into the office, as we play the chess. Let me give you an example of my team and I here, as we try to play this game of chess that I talked about. 6:30 in the morning, we're in the office. You barely see us out of office before 8 p.m. Just imagine if we were to log those overtimes every day of the week, the whole year. So 15% was meant to say, no, we put a ceiling. Actually, that 15% works out cheaper for government than if we were to open up to Sesirahalang at the lower levels. So for them, they can work as much as they want. But of course, there's an issue that I always talk about, their work-life balance. If you are in an institution or in a division or unit and you find that your staff has to work overtime every day of the week, even Saturdays and Sunday, it means there is a need for some process re-engineering. Work-life balance, we are talking about family men and women. We belong to different settings. You ought to, the reason why you belong to a family is because you have a role to play within that family setup. Now, if you are going to take 24/7 of your time in the office, that role fails. What happens is that family will collapse because you are the one who's supposed to play a particular role, but you're not there because you are devoted 100% to your work. Now we have you have been replaced somehow.
If I may chip in, Chair, there is a school of thought that talks to maybe as a country we need rather than issue the overtime, not overtime per se, the allowance, whereby the allowance did in Tinyan, Momotongal, whereas Meha Merek you are retired, how not sepesas supang for these allowances. Maybe pay higher to financial institutions, they don't calculate these allowances, it's just the basic salary. What is your view in terms of trying to convert these allowances, let it say more basic salary, so that Mereki at the end of the day had to retire oka pension able toka. Secondly, during the course of the work life, financial institutions ba ka kgona go mo ha sengwe sa ka nnang more economic productive ka sone.
Okay, the concept of clean pay, Honorable, that's understandable. But there are certain allowances that accrue to you because you perform a particular function. And once you transfer, you move to a different function that does not attract that allowance, you cease to get to receive that allowance. But once it's embedded into your salary, now that means even if you transfer to a function which does not attract allowance, it's now part of your salary, there's no way you're going to deduct it. So these are things that we could consider when we merit clean pay. What allowances can we embed or can we subsume in a part of the basic salary for the purpose of enhancing the benefits of Uangazone? That's a discussion for another day. We haven't had, at least I'm not aware of that discussion around that area. So these are the things that when I met with the Limuhiri, DPSM, I might get her thoughts around this, or what does it mean going forward?
Thank
you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, last one.
Yes, please.
Piers, do you have shortage of vehicles in your ministry?
Yes, we do. Especially Batuba Accountant General. It has been brought to my attention that when they deliver mail around, Kulita Vele Wane is from the Officer Accountant General Kako traffic lights in Kwatil. And this vehicle will stop somewhere and then they'll deliver on foot. They've actually complained or the clothing that we buy for them, comfortable. The cross or something like that. And so, yes, there's a shortage. We only have about 14, and 14 are not serviceable, awaiting boarding. So there's a shortage.
Okay, so Honorable PS Balekai, how many PS level officers do you have in your ministry?
1, 2, 3.
3.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you are the 4th.
Honestly, Accountant General is PS level, Secretary Budget, Director General FIA is at PS level, that's 3. And then, no, there's another one, right? There's a vacancy in another level, macroeconomic and financial policy. That should be the 4th one. And then we have the DPS corporate services slightly below this 4 that I've mentioned.
So PS level officers, you have
4.
7. You say PS level. You said 3 and then you mentioned 4. So PS level.
No, 3. I had omitted vacancy. I was thinking of the faces. Faces. What about 3? Then I was reminded of there's a vacancy. There are 4 PS level.
Yes.
How many 5?
Okay.
Okay, PS. So all those, do they qualify to use the government cars? When those 5?
Yeah. As and when is necessary.
So they use government cars?
As and when is necessary.
As and when is necessary.
What is as and when is necessary?
What is that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there are times whereby we would work even during lunchtime, and also maybe work late. But we do come with our own vehicles to work and then go home with our own vehicles. So there are times whereby, we have, children at school, whereby I will leave work to go and pick them up. And then because, leaving work, it means there will be a gap. Hence, the vehicle will go and collect the kids from school and then drop them at home. That is how it happens. But when the officer is free, they go and collect their children.
Sorry, Chairman.
Yeah, the last
PS.
last follow-up, yes.
Yes, nya ke a utlwa hae ke nametsegile go se go nene tota gampie ko ga ke ikutlwe sentle ke kgone go engage sentle. I'm a bit weak. I would have wanted to engage a bit more and a bit further, but I'm not feeling very well. Ke buiso yana ke gore ke utlwile gore di kgona gore koloi tsa bo PS di be di phekile fa go na le shortage eno no bua ka yone bana ba sa a koloi ya gago PS wena ya gago personally ya government car. Can it be used to drop a mail? Can I pack a lamsaro clear miss?
Yeah, the receiver, Moren. Yeah, the receiver. As and when there's a need for that vehicle to be used, yeah, the receiver. Unlike in some parastatals where the CEO I driver. In the ministries are one. The appointment letter that
yes, I can look to Maru or Santa Kumaba for Balafom 3. So, Maru. Like I said, today I'm not feeling very well, so today it's fine.
I think you are done. You have granted leave to go and rest, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Go and rest, Honorable Mabel, please. You wanted to?
Yes. Whatever peers, as and when the need arises, baka drisa di koloi tsa government on errands tsa bonela. Who supervises that to make sure that there's no misuse of the koloi tseo? Kara o sena o supervisang motho ke motho kana re as often as possible aba drisa koloi ya government.
Thank you very much, and then we'll go to Honorable Dihwa. Respond to this one.
Koloi ha e tswa yalo go na le se se bitsang logbook. Sonzo re kwale supe hore ene ile kae. How the level logbook you can tell where there was an abuse. Like he's saying, Tota, you recall that in my response I said they are not entitled to use of vehicles. And then there was a caveat to say as and when. Because when they come to work, they use their own vehicles. But it is only when they are engaged during lunch, or when they are working late, that's that. Not any other personal errands. Even with the PSs, at least the letter that I received, the appointment letter that I received, it ends there. I cannot call the driver no, I cannot do that. That's how we use these vehicles. But because I enjoy driving myself, I'm used to driving long distances, I enjoy driving. Thank you.
Thank you, Mudula Stilo. I would like to thank the accounting officer for an elaborate and clear presentation, which responded positively to some of the challenges. We had a number of challenges that we wanted to bring forth, but I think you have dealt with a number of them. I think what is left for us as members of parliament is to take this to our constituents so that we also take part in educating them about the situation that the country is facing. My question is with regard to BES. I BES ki yone tota ha re bua nnete e tshwantse gore tsenyetsa letseno. Without BES, we are going to have a number of challenges that you already affect yone revenue ya rona.
But in your report, you have indicated BES to have done very well 2024-25 fiscal year. From 58.7 billion, it collected 61.1 billion, which is quite significant in my view. But one would like to know, Lona as an organization, what are you doing to capacitate BES, more their operation to collect revenue? Because there is concern of lack of infrastructure and manpower, human capital. So what are you doing to actually assist them in this regard? There is a concern for China, these Chinese entrepreneurs, but I have more habakete. Kongo kare talusi zaka hone mo gore a go mo gona le boamaruri. Me ha ile go na le boamaruri, what is your ministry doing to make sure that they also contribute to the country's coffers? Thank you.
Go motaletsa hela che mo issue ya BES ya ka ibua ore ngwaga in question BES ne ya exceed the estimated revenue, but how level re exceedile ka gore ke ka ntata gore VAT ne a okediwa ke ka ntata ya SACU, but rona hela locally ha ona sepe so ka re ra se dira gore re oketse collection. I think that's where the point comes from. Le issue ya national retail payment switch no re commence ka April 2025 ngo ka background ya gore I commence it.
On the issue of BRS, the target versus what they achieved, this is a matter that we discussed recently to say, how is that target because this is a target that is set by the Ministry of Finance. As I indicated earlier, Ghana tax revenue is a function of economic activity. Our macro fiscal team would have focused GDP growth, or the GDP growth in Ghana, even our tax as a percentage of GDP, and that's how the figure is derived. And as you rightly put it, we said, should we be including SACU? Because SACU is more like, is a given. SACU is more like, it's more like a given. And those are the issues that we are discussing. But again, I did talk about the review of the tax legislation that should help BRS collect more. We are also working with the IMF to implement a model, to come up with a model that can, a forecasting model, that can help us identify where the tax leakages are. I believe once fully implemented, I don't know when, because IMF is there still to send a team to do scoping or assessment, as the needs assessment. We are hoping that will improve. There is also the need to broaden the tax base. Currently, the tax base is narrow. I remember some years ago making a presentation to Cabinet to say, you know, when you drive from Ramadabama to Ramukweban, you go through huge chunks of land, unused or underutilized or not used at all. But you try to apply for that piece of land to use it productively, you are told this land belongs to so-and-so. But that so-and-so is not using that land. Why not apply land tax to force those who are in possession of this land to use it productively, or if they cannot, rent it out to someone who can use it, or sell it to someone who can use it productively. Because that's an asset, that's a national asset that we ought to benefit from, but it's lying idle. There are so many things that we can look at. So I believe this tax review of the tax legislation will look into all those. We'll make an input into other things that we can do to ramp up tax collection. Just finally,
go ahead, sir.
Finally, I said tax revenue or tax is a function of economic activity. The economy is going down. We don't expect BRS to perform a miracle and tax revenue going up when we see what is happening. But where there is a need to improve, we are assisting BRS to do so.
So the highest tax rate in Botswana at the very top is around 25%?
25%.
25%?
Yes.
So could it work that maybe you can make more money by keeping it around 35% and target the millionaires? No, you're not a millionaire. You're not a millionaire.
No,
I'm saying, would it work? Or it will scare them away. Because if you say 35% of a million or a couple of millions, then you make more money than taxing around 200 people who are in the lower rates.
As for income tax, we made a proposal. We'll be increasing by 1.5? 1.5 to the 25. So it's going to be 26.5.
And that applies to
everybody.
Those
who are eligible to pay tax.
That's where we differ, because I'm thinking the tax rate should be increased for the very top.
Oh, no. In say aloha, e go hodimo ke 25, e sa le ngora ke bokae? Ke 20. 25 at the top. 15, 10, yeah.
I think about Laura Dumalan. What a law on 35% for millionaires and billionaires. How is that?
we haven't considered that.
It's okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Oh, sorry. There was a question on the national repayment switch.
Okay.
No, Nekiri is we are at the stage, we're at the tender evaluation stage. We issued an expression of interest just before Easter's. Companies responded very well. Now we have a tender evaluation team in place to look at those submissions. Thank you.
I think he has not responded to one aspect of the question. I wanted to know what you are doing to collect from the Chinese, because it appears they just come. And is there any law that compels them to pay tax?
That's going to be a Chinese airline. We are xenophobic. Let's say there are certain businesses that somehow have found a way of avoiding tax. That we are well aware of. BRS is well aware of. What exactly they're doing to collect, I don't have the information, but I'll have to look for that and submit. Being aware is one thing, but the most important thing, and that's related to your question, is what are we doing about it?
Thank you very much. I give you a tax or okay do for millionaires. Ki wona ba tshwenya thata. O tshwantse ba company ke millionaire residency thata.
Me chairman, a quick one.
You can't swipe, so we don't know why it is like that.
Go ahead, Honorable Johan. The second question.
There is an indication from your report that our revenue. There is an indication from your report that our revenue declined as of April 2024. But one wonders what then happened, because surprisingly, after April 2024, they were commissioning all the project all over through the DM model. So one wonders where money was coming from. Were this project budgeted for?
The fact of the matter is
really nice. That your
the decline in revenues. Here we're talking about mineral revenues, especially diamond revenues. It's a long trend, downwards trend, but as of April 2014, things got worse. That's why we are where we are today. As to why there were some announcements of DM models as to whether they were budgeted for, wish to maybe call upon the Secretary Budget to come and shed light. Temporarily, if there is anything called temporary, we can. Just to shed light, just to shed light on these projects that the model of Secretary
Budget?
But what is
Maybe when you respond, you should indicate where the money, where the money is now.
Project. Yes, you may put your left hand and then raise your right, and you follow me. I, swear by Almighty God. Sorry. Mic was off, so we start all over again. I,
Boniface Mpetle,
swear by Almighty God.
Swear by Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give.
Before this Committee of Parliament.
Before this Committee of Parliament.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing else but the truth.
And nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Hallelujah. Thank you. Development Manager, Model Projects.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Indeed, there was the issue of the projects that were being implemented under the Development Manager model. And yes, indeed, there were incidents where Nokonaldi launched that one of the projects, despite the situation in Tsikahani in Tsikating Yamadi.
The launch was already groundbreaking.
The groundbreaking that. But from a budget perspective, yes, indeed, need budget. But the issue here is about the front loading and the implementation plan, and the costing as well. Because we realized, they then overshot the budget. And in that case, they were over and above the budget. Janu, having indicated as the Minister of Finance, we advised for the project and as you can see, some of them have not taken off because of that.
Follow up, Honorable Diwa.
Follow up, so oral electoral penalty ma politique ka gore bone ba bata bana le agenda ra bone gore batho ba bone gore no merit sa ditabolo o ka dumela le nna o ria gore a re le ba politique re le tshwalesa di penalty.
Thank you, Chair. That's a difficult one to say, but yes, the commitment would have been made by the political leadership, contrary to the financial considerations. Thank you, sir.
That was typical election year budget. I don't think there's any problem with that. The literature has a lot of that. But every election year, budget is at India shooter hella, top. Go ahead, Honorable.
I think Unkarabile hela do asa talusa gore tota se se dira gore di budget le go tswa go madi a ba ya go godimo ke
typical election year budget, political maneuvering.
Are you answering me?
Yes. Yes. I get what mutor ha kon mo di araba are go thata ya re tsa tsewa ke nna. Yes. So the last question.
I wanted to ask one question. As I said, most of the concerns have been responded to. Apparently, this does not belong to you, but it does to a given extent because it is you who actually provide the budget. I wanted to know about the Tautuna Lodge. The 58 million that was used to buy Tautuna Lodge. when they submitted their estimates, did they include this? Did you know that they were going to buy a farm in Hansi?
Chair, what I can respond is from a budget perspective, no, sir. We didn't know, but maybe AG may also share some light on that one from a payment perspective.
Sir, Accountant General, Tautuna Lodge. Subject of interest. Hapor walor madia dwe issue ang kwaya kai. Horo ka kuwena. That's another point that you should address. Can I get you push?
Okay. Chairman. According to our records, what was purchased was a farm and improvements thereon. But of late, after you had, examined Director General, TIS, when we now checked, we then established that there's also a business aspect that is Tautuna Lodge Limited that belongs to government. But the records, the purchase was for a farm and improvements thereon, not a business.
Sorry, Chairman. Yeah, that will be very surprising. I know Attorney General. Accountant General, sorry, Kako. Mogolo na hela, ne go sna go pela o itseng gore Tautuna Lodge e ena le commercial entity mo teng. Kana go ra ngwa le re fa dikarabo. Nna mfe to yourselves and nna mfe to Batswana. I think era mo ofising ya lona hela ne le itse re la ibidua farm. Me there's a hotel, there's a lodge. Secondly, quickly, are you aware of the valuation that was done prior to purchasing the property? Valuation of which categorically advises that that property should not be bought. Are you aware of that? So those are two questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not aware of that valuation. Thank you, sir.
Right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The honorable member also asked, are we not aware there's a business there?
Yeah.
The business I can sell the asset and then take the business away. So the records, sale, did not indicate that price le dithoto tse di mo le business e leng Tautuna Lodge Limited. This the records didn't show. So Rona, according to us, no require farm.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there's a business there, right? As we speak.
Honorable Honsialo, I can go by Tautuna Lodge as an individual, Tautuna Farm as an individual. Me gona le lodge mote, me o sa re gore that lodge ka we dirisa as a business. When the DIS procured the farm, over Reka farm, we know how things security during Angate. They will tell you covert operations or covert operations. They don't go into details. I think it is through the oversight bodies like yourselves that we then realize, maybe this Tautuna farm is not only a farm, a lodge thing is the receiver for business operations. I can buy a farm, lodge we give some other thing, not for business. Now that the truth has finally come out, we have agreed with the DIS Director General that we should meet and map the way forward, because now if it's used as business, that money should accrue to government, something that we did not do before. So we are going to engage DIS, and thanks for the revelations that were done before this committee.
Okay.
Is there any time maybe that accrued from that operation to government? And how about cattle? Where did they go? And lions?
Mr. Chairman, I think at the time when DIS was here, Auditor General did state that there was some audit that was conducted, but the results are not for this committee. They are going to go somewhere. So even us, we are not aware more placing those as PS said, Canada was a needy under security, areas.
Mila magele go PS gore ya no eno supile gore ka ro a itse gore le business kwa ya ro madiate ya tshwantse go ya go pushu a tsama hela ga di channel tsa pusha ke re wa re yalo.
We are going to engage them with a view to doing exactly that
with immediate effect. Because when never ba itirisetsa hela go nna ba thabolola yone logic ya ro tsa gore o ta ba kanya seemo seo.
I have a burning question regarding that. Okay.
Thank you. Ke tsela gore re dumedisitse bo PS le team. Executive summary e bua ka gore go di tariff kwa America. Re ntse re bona mahatshe a le ka go negotiate se ba se negotiatang. Rona le rona ra itse gore re na le kganya ditemane tse le gore ha di rekwa gone kwa. Re dira go le kae to try and maneuver our way out of matata US tariffs.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honorable, for that question. We belong to SACU, Southern African Customs Union. So we have taken a two-pronged approach to say, as SACU, what do we do? How do we move forward? And the SACU Council of Ministers will be meeting in Namibia, I believe, and I believe this will be part of the agenda. But on the side, another approach was to say, can we not approach the US on a bilateral basis? Of course, having informed SACU of our move, because as a SACU member, when we engage in a bilateral arrangement with someone outside SACU, you have to inform the SACU members. We did that. It's not easy, Honorable. When we were in Washington recently, through our embassy in Washington, they tried to organize for a meeting between the VP, who is Minister of Finance, and his counterpart in the US, the Minister of Commerce. Twice the dates were agreed, twice the meetings flopped. First meeting, as we were disembarking on the streets to walk into the office, the minister, the US minister, walked out and said, I have an engagement, I have an important engagement. Sorry, I cannot meet you, Minister. And the US Embassy negotiated another date within that same week. They agreed, but on the eve of that meeting, they said, no, go and prepare a position paper. So there was that reluctance to meet with us bilaterally. So it doesn't mean that we have stopped there. We are trying, knocking through some other channels to try and engage the US bilaterally. It is that direct channel, that tariff, especially Temanisa, but the direct channel, it's not much that we sell directly to the US. It is the other channel through other markets. India, Polish, the tariffs as they export to the US is going to have an impact on our diamonds that go through that channel. So we are also banking on those countries to also engage the US on this tariff. But I can not assume it's going to be an easy task.
From the SACU perspective, did South Africa inform you about the US?
It's a standing agreement. Any SACU member who wants to engage bilaterally, they inform other SACU members. If they haven't done that, then they would have violated. But I'm not sure whether they've done that. But it's a standing agreement that they should. By the way, I know that I'm on record. The relationship between South Africa and the US is not a pleasant one currently. We all know about that. So this further complicates our engagement, but we cannot divorce ourselves from SACU. We are a SACU member.
SACU, as far as Botswana is concerned, Motokari Kiwena, our focal person being Ministry of Finance. How come you are not sure whether you have been informed or not?
Minister of Trade.
Minister of Trade. Okay, thank you. Let's move to the council subversion ya tsone e ja thata mo letoleng, but bana le potential ya hore ba ka itirela madi or even go to 50% of what they are being given, some of the councils. How much are you doing as ministry to drive hore di council di kgona go itirela madi di ska dia ja thata mo letoleng la lehatsi?
Honorable, can I minister at the councils have that autonomy? There is nothing stopping them from engaging in those activities. Absolutely nothing. You look at those that collect rates, for example, how much they are owed in terms of the service that we have provided to people and people are not paying them. We are talking about millions of pula. It is upon them to make sure that they intensify collection. I know some years back, they tried to list people, name and shame, a long list of people who owed them rates. But I think one was Khalimel. But there's nothing stopping them from doing that. Through the Ministry of Local Government. They can also agitate for increase in rates or imposition of some certain levies through the Ministry of Local Government. That they have the leeway is only that I don't know why they are maybe hesitant, if that's the right word to use, to do it. As the Ministry of Finance, we are not stopping on their way. Like I said, they are semi-autonomous bodies that report to the Ministry of Local Government. But we can only encourage them, but not direct them.
In driving the issue, I'm not sure you will guide us. Ministry of Local Government does not have business investment unit. Lona le finance le trade could be playing an upper role in terms of guiding Ministry of Local Government towards that direction.
When I'm on the ground, Kileko counseling, being privy to all the services and products that I provide to my constituency, I'm better placed to make an assessment as to how really can I make money out of these services that I'm providing? Because you interface with this on a daily basis. You are able to see opportunities rather than someone sitting at the Ministry of Finance. So now we can come and say, please, in your operations, where do you see opportunities for raising funds? If you identify opportunities, you prepare a CAB memo, you talk to the parent ministry, make a proposal to cabinet through your parent ministry to say these are the opportunities. Ghana as a local government, we have very educated people, economists, accountants, finance officers, you name it. One doesn't have to sit in the Ministry of Finance to be able to identify an opportunity some miles away at local government or at a local authority. But those people who interface, who are there on the ground on a daily basis, they know what their products are in terms of services and so forth. They should be able to identify opportunities for raising revenue. Maybe it's because in the past, we are engaging in this discussion now because things have changed. In the past, maybe we did not see the need to encourage these authorities to raise own funding. It doesn't only apply to the authorities, local authorities, even ministries, parastatals, you name them. Thank you.
Honemi ele last netani mo yone. One could sense an element there in the bonela. Isn't it time or home like how Yakobo security banale a national security strategy sesi joint collaborated. For home lelona leleke ho spearheader something like a national revenue accumulation strategy. Say a joint collaborated throughout the ministries. Otherwise, no,
you are right. As I indicated earlier, the meeting of the permanent secretaries that we convened about three weeks ago, after presenting the status of the public finances, there was a suggestion that we are going to follow through, that we should meet as permanent secretaries to agree on the way forward collectively. So that will be the forum upon which then the permanent secretary and the Minister of Local Government can be engaged to say, can you please engage the local authorities? They should come up with ideas, one on cost cutting, two on revenue generation. That will be consolidated at that level. So it's not like Indodas Bonella. It's saying that when local authorities say we want semi-autonomy, semi-autonomous status, they are exactly saying we are capable of running our affairs. But it doesn't mean that we are going to dump them and not provide any guidance where it is necessary.
First question,
on issue the fund, how many do we have and where are they housed in terms of boy investment?
There are currently, I think, 44 special funds. Two are sort of insurance related. That is those are managed outside government. Then the rest, they form part of the balances at the Bank of Botswana. And their investment is done through the Pula Fund.
Has there been an attempt to establish a fund?
Establish a fund.
Yes, we are on a special fund.
Yeah. Yeah. At times there are many such requests. Then what we do, we'll look at the purpose, and then maybe advise the ministry that there's no need to establish a sort of a special fund, because at times we feel that maybe people take the word fund as something that you can take money and then put it aside.
Just Honorable, to add on that, we are currently conducting a review of all the special funds, just to make an assessment as to whether some of the funds that were created way back, have they performed the duties for which they were set up for? Is there a need to discontinue some of them? Is there a need to creation of other funds? That's an assessment that we are conducting. I think by end of June, I think we ought to have finished that assessment and made proposal to the Minister for his consideration. We are also concerned that the mushrooming of funds, special funds, would not work for us. Like I said, some of them were created many years ago. Because special funds are established for a specific purpose, and the funds ought to be used for the purpose for which they were established. But now, if the purpose for which they were established no longer exists, therefore there is no need to maintain that special fund. So the review will inform us on the way forward.
Has there been an attempt this year? How many attempts are there to establish a special fund?
No, establishing, there hasn't been. That's why I'm saying normally we would get inquiries. People saying, should they establish a special fund? And as PS says, we will look at the existing special funds and say, no, this thing can be part of existing special funds. What I have in mind is the prisons. They wanted to have, let's say, sort of a special fund whereby they can get donations from members of the public and then use those funds to, let's say, reward prisoners for the innovative, things that they have come up with. But we said to them, there's the prisons, special fund that can serve the purpose. What maybe we would need to do is just to revise it if need be, so that it can then accommodate that need. So those are, I would say, the inquiries we normally get. Thank you, sir.
Last one. Is it possible, does it happen for a non-government employee and a non-government person government can come and say, ke office of the president, they were not deputy governor, fund 500 million, for example. Can it happen, and has it happened this year? Why the intermediary?
Maybe, as Honorable was talking about the funds, would it maybe mean that you're also referring to the Sovereign Wealth Fund that has been doing the rounds? Has there been attempts around that? I know the minister mentioned the Sovereign Wealth Fund, and lately...
It's not that one.
Oh, okay.
That one is it's been done through the process.
That's fine.
This one is just being done outside the process.
Ah, okay.
There's been,
PSA.
let me respond to that. This was related to the Sovereign Wealth Fund. If you look at the budget speech, the minister did allude to the fact that we are going to create a Sovereign Wealth Fund and many other things. So we received many inquiries of potential investors coming in to say, we can assist you here, we can assist you highly. We cannot stop people from engaging. We engage. Yes, there was one such investor who came to engage. The deputy governors or the acting governor's presence there was to help guide on the process. We're going to make creation of the Sovereign Wealth Fund. This is what you need to do, blah, 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 blah. And we are already on it. That was an engagement, and we engage on a daily basis. Besides that one, I also remember of some who came to my office inquiring on the Sovereign Wealth Fund. I did refer them to the process. That process is ongoing. So those are inquiries. If anything happened beyond inquiries, beyond those engagements, that one I'm not aware of. But as we speak today, the minister just arrived recently from Europe, where he engaged the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, because they are considered the best in the world. Prior to that, he engaged the Luxembourg Sovereign Wealth Fund to help us build this animal called Sovereign Wealth Fund. Asset classes, the size, the portfolio, and so on. It's a process that is ongoing, that we are on it together with the Bank of Botswana. But the inquiries will always be there.
So those were just inquiries? No signatures, nothing, right?
That one, like I said, I'm not aware of. But the Sovereign Wealth Fund that we are talking about is the one that we are engaging the Bank of Botswana as we speak.
Okay. No, that's fine. Do you need seed money for a Sovereign Wealth Fund? Do you need...
It depends.
Okay.
You can do it, seed money, yes, you need, from government.
Yes.
Yeah, you need, because...
Yeah. So take what's up with you, paint a picture.
But like I said, Rome was not built in one day. It's a dream to build, it's a desire to build a sovereign wealth fund.
Okay.
You can have a target size. You say, we want to build, to start with, to build this up to 1 billion, Pula as seed fund, seed capital.
Okay.
But with the little that we are receiving in the form of revenues, instead of spending it all, let's say mineral revenues, why don't we take bit by bit 5% and set it aside? 5% set it aside. Ultimately, you arrive at your target.
Okay.
Or if you had money, we had money, like in the past, on the press of a button, 1 billion Pula set aside. But now we have to move gradually.
Okay. So you are right now maybe just building the infrastructure without necessarily putting money in.
Without putting money. There is no anything signed paper in my office that says we are going to put in money somewhere.
Okay. Maybe like Monole nago o tsamaile o sa tsoge nago boka thatare hato thalethat and na in the kere what I have realized is that you lend yourself to clarity mo di khanye tse dintsi how di tlhalosa which is good kiraro how le ke go iphitlha gantsi gape how le ke go defend the house na how defend you ante which is something that to me is acceptable and desirable ke the when what it's your mathateng ka ba defender di tse obvious gore ha di a siama. So thank you e ke boelang go yone e buile ke ba garuna ya masole chess game e we tshamekang e lebe ga e le masole ka ha mosintata ka gore go le bakanyana ba kolotiwa ba ngwa ba duetswe e bangwa ba duelwa ke re we bona yang khanye ga sure chess game ya go yana ha we tshameka o akanye thata ka masole a sa duelwang nne gongwe bone bangwe ba ba neelang priority gape gore nyame ba na le baka le kana ne go na le 500 million mme gongwe lo ba akanyetsa ha ile sengwe le kgaole di number tsa bone le nne le di hitiselo ka go le ba go mpeno go eme. What is your take on this one?
Chess game ye honorable e ba le bantsi ka musi. But as you rightly put it, in my engagement with the Accountant General here, we agreed, as we receive a little something, we should consider, even if we don't pay 100%, or rinne riskara ratogela diliko kumarago thata. Let me tell you that in March, somewhere around March, beginning of April, there were lots of outstanding payments relating to some ongoing projects, Tzadikolo. I have in my phone pictures that I received from people, but kana project me to some who unfortunately, those consumed the bulk of the little that we received. Because we're just trying to save people's jobs and get those projects going. So if we are currently in the process of negotiating some loans. The Minister of Finance now has to make a game of chess. He's busy engaging the potential funders. Recently met with the OPEC fund, met with the World Bank. We are trying to close, we are negotiating on some loans that if successful, we should be able to at least meet part, if not all. But if Mudimo Aritusa Rabona Mohu enough, or Duela somewhere the same way, we'll do so, because it's not our intention to keep people waiting while they deserve payment. I mean, if it has been determined that they ought to be paid, we'll do so, funds permitting.
Yeah. Veterinary ba bangwe ke ra bone batho bao ke re halentse la akanya lo ba akanyetse ke re ke go redise sente gape like I said motho o na le clarity o supa ka haelo gore GIA ya rona e ko tase me bo supa gore a kileng a tsena madi ka dikoloto go lebe ga phimogile hela within a week ya no ke re me a di sa go tweng sente le ha o le motho o tle ke ha ya no o buang ka austerity measures gore ha go ntse yana nna ke solo hela gore there will be some austerity measures or revenue generation activities tse di bonalang mme ke utlwa ke toka re ha ntse batho ba twaela gore madi ga se thola le mantsi o tsaya nako ya gago why wa bona re wela ka le mena go
me a re tse nako honorable we recently presented a CAB memo proposing what we considered first round of cost-cutting measures. We were sent back to go and do thorough analysis so that our recommendations could be based on the evidence gathered through that analysis. We'll be going back to Cabinet. I said first round. We'll move on to what I would consider second round. Second round, this will be decisions that will require intense consultation. You need to engage. When I talked about the World Bank helping us try and clean up the wage bill, that's one of the measures. Just killing Atela. We know in some areas overtime is a necessity. But looking at the figures, we tend to suspect some overtime is unwarranted. We have an instance, or you could have an instance where within a division, this is something that has happened in my past life across the road, where we had identified one department that had overtime pays, in some instances, in excess of basic salaries. We implemented what we call flexi time, because we had realized that these people, when they came in the morning, they had very little to do.
because what they were doing was dependent on input from other departments. Other departments are around 10, 11 that department. Is there a need for these people to come earlier? The first 3 hours, or first 4 hours? Why not implement flexi time? Just a few minutes before and do their 8 hours. By so doing, we're able to reduce overtime pay considerably.
Okay. Because Harling tell me, Holebeka gore rehanzer tshwanetse ga mogala gore to tsela ka sekoloto. So ntse re tshema mere tshuma mere tsamae le le hatsi le re bata dikoloto. Ke ra from what you have said today.
Harling teng re to tsela ka sekoloto unless things improve. Me sekoloto, like I said, you cannot dig yourself out of problem ka sekoloto. Hence the need for these austerity measures by everybody, including you and I, Chairman, Kumalape, because like I said, the biggest consumers, foreign exchange reserves, the nations for Kirona, fuel imports and retail, body paleche, body macaroni, so we ought to help this economy. But from the government perspective, we also need to do and lead by example. And indeed, yes, currently, because the diamond market is down, it's like what we are getting from SACU every quarter and the inflows from BRS, they're not enough to cover our expenses. Hence, the reason why every morning you walk into the office, the balances are here, but the outstanding payments are there. So we need to, while we ramp up revenue collection, we also need to push the other one down so that we meet somewhere.
Okay. Last but one. Public Procurement Act. There's a lot of talk, Malaysia, in high offices, where the tender raki matata, competitive busy matata, maybe long what is your take about competitive biz vis-a-vis the country was because it's quite a very worrying trend that maybe is emerging, at least at the level of talk.
Direct appointment is something that is provided for under the current public procurement.
But what is the preferred and desirable method?
The default is called what? Open domestic bidding. That's the default. But where you have the reason to believe that...
No, I'm not there. I mean, which one is the preferred one?
Open domestic bidding.
Yeah, I just want that answer. To talk about this basic.
Okay.
The preferred one. The preferred one is the one that you just mentioned. COVID, there was a COVID fund. COVID fund set up. How want to change?
No, how want to change? Like the Accountant General Nabua, we call these special funds, it's not like my thing as it is aside, they're part of the consolidated fund. But we're on the record, okay, this fund, we had allocated this much, so far, we receive Bukana, Hosetse Bukana, Ilemo Pampiri. Mopampiri, Yaganiki Buaka budget, or the Rohile Ministry of budget 5 billion, most of that 5 billion thing, and Rahum Mata Ho. So, Harare maybe a special fund is in Alimadi. Level la consolidated fund, or me have a Tobata who did some idea from the consolidated fund, from the special fund. I want to listen was but currently we've been trying for it's an or Anna, we are going to reserve for the special funds. Therefore, Harry Duella play this chess game, at least the special funds will be so that when the need arises or adirisiwe, but it's not enough.
Kira gore ne kilar morago nyana ha le ra bolelo gore ka re go setse sengwe a kitsura ka wa re bo ise madi a ile go kwadilwe hela sengwe sa dio tse ke di ithutileng gore le kwala hela la ha se
ke di kakanyetso ile hantse re latlhela sengwe yana recently we are able to build this COVID fund to 132 million ka gore re rana le tseno ya lo di kolo no let's throw in something, but when it comes to push what we call priority payments. Rata reportisaga. e be tla re tshameka chess e ngwe gape ya tse le latela
e gore di-special funds a di tsamaya ka fund order di tsamaya ka gore minister o ka batla go draw mo go tsone
how wa dirisa yaanong gore I want to withdraw from this special fund. Now we look at the withdrawal rules gore gone mme wa go a dirisetsa eng. Is it consistent with the purpose for which this special fund was established? If not, there are no. But again, there is also a clause that says, how long the Minister of Finance is convinced or the purpose for which the money is being withdrawn is of national interest, the Minister of Finance can authorize that, even though it may not be strictly consistent with the withdrawal rules that they, but only for national interest use.
As weakness or minister needs unfettered power to be able to withdraw for national interest. No, what's a minister are you twiting you Nalilitwan? I am my hellas not the checks who got the roy.
Resepa ore amuto ahile role ya Minister of Finance ke mutho en roi ganye.
In Africa, yes. Thank you very much.
Che.
Oh, okay.
Onale one item in ke le tse go eta ga. Me go mo ibile ntse le dingwe tsa go boloka. Onale in your staff. You wanna le batho ba di finances being bo accountants bo ever go revenue collector and the like. Ibe go nna le ba procurement. Ba en go tota ke bone ba ke dumelang gore when you talk of budget le bone ba tshwantse be le bone ba go neela information gore o kgone go budgeta kana ha go to go a rekwa ke bone di purchase order di tswang go bone di ring. There is a cry that batho ba ka bobedi ba bangwe ba bona ska skill ba bangwe ga ba se bone pharologanyo ya batho ba procurement le ba di accountants go diragala eng. Do you still find a need to pay accounts officers a scarce skill mo ireng ya gompieno hela ka ile gore get out of trained enough? The market is flooded with accountants or accounting officers, supplies officers. But procurement looks like they are being isolated from this benefit scarce skill.
You have made your point, Honorable.
Yes.
There was a decision by government which areas or fields are eligible for scarce skills. And there was also a provision that a finance officer can only an accountant. It doesn't necessarily follow that you'll get that allowance. It's based on the function that you are performing at that particular point in time. Is it related to accounting or something like that? That's why hence earlier on when I was responding to a question at the allowance, or it's the same way as part of salary. There are some allowances say when you transfer to some areas you become ineligible. This is one such area. But if we are talking about specific cases, one may want to see what can think about but when we sit down with that person, the reason why you are not eligible for this allowance, people always want more. I know even when the time that it was being implemented, the people were given different rates. 40%, 25%. Everyone wanted to be at 40%. So that's in human nature. People will complain, why is Mama say? But we need to interrogate this on a case-by-case basis to see
but yes,
thank you. Re buile nako ya rona ga ya rema ra ore arabe ya bohelo ya arabe accounting officer
I'm informed reliably so, or no.
Okay. Nyame ra buile batho betso. Ra buile tota ra buile mina kwa rona ke yone sa re man sente. Motho ya la o ka ra khela go bohelong gore mo executive summary ya bua gore ha hetse go nna thata mo lehatsheng ja ka nna ga nna thata mo nako tse di hitileng le ka bo covid. Go ta go nna le makgethonyana le go duedisanyana mo go tseneletseng mme itela gantsinyana go ama bone ba bophane ba ba di-taxi ba di-combi go ama ba dikgong hela jalo ke re gompieno ga re dira austerity measures revenue generation nkore ba gaugaele batho ke ra bone ba re nne re lebe gone mo parlamenteng le lona ya ka re ntse re ya go godimonyana ke ra gore e le kgang hela ya kgakololo ka ke itse le tshwere power e kalokalo kana ne ra bona hela e le gore makgetho a mangwe a metsi a mangwe a dikgong a mangwe a diphane le bo megwana jalo le bona gore hei yana ba taba direla mathata ka bone ba ntse ba go tasegale mme ke re ka ya ko dijong tsa motshegare a re tswa kwa re tabo re lebella di-financials ra bo re o editse bua le higher education ke leboga thata batho betso thank you